which I think was a nice warm-up. Welcome back. You can find your nameplates at the end of the table. I just have a few housekeeping rules that you heard about yesterday, so I will repeat them for those who were not with us yesterday. So please note that the meeting is recorded. For online participants, please mute your microphones if you are not speaking, and you can participate and interact with the discussion via the chat. For in-person participants, so obviously you managed to collect your badge. Your badge will be, I mean, you can keep your badge for tomorrow. That's the same badge that operates for the full meeting. No food or drink allowed in the meeting room, except for water. Lunch will be taken at 12:30 in the WMO cafeteria that's on the top floor of this building with a beautiful view on the lake. So we encourage you to get there. It's also another opportunity to network and keep brainstorming. And you have easy access to Wi-Fi by connecting to WMO-public. With this, I'll leave you in the hands of Catarina de Albuquerque, who will be the moderator for this session focused on equity. I wish you a fruitful session.
Merci, Xavier. Good morning to everyone, and good morning to everyone, and welcome back to the roundtable. And we are very happy to see that you came down the stairs from the coffee break to join us. We trust that you will not regret it, right, panelists? Good. Good. So welcome to this session on the financing roundtable. Personally, in my humble opinion, the most critical of all the discussions, as it addresses the elephant in the room: how to ensure financing for water and sanitation services for people who cannot afford to pay for safe, accessible, and well-managed services, but who, as you all know, despite this, have to pay an unaffordable rate for often poor quality, unreliable, and poorly managed services. We will listen to 5 presentations during this session. 4 of the speakers are sitting here with us today, and then 1 will join online. I hope I got the maths right. Good, thank you. These presentations will cover the practice of improving access to services with a focus on equality, as well as from the funders' viewpoints, and then finally a bit of the theory into practice of what affordability is and how it can be assured. I will introduce the presenters in due course, but first I would like to set the scene. I didn't resist the temptation of saying something. For those who don't know me, my name is Catarina Albuquerque. I'm the CEO of Sanitation and Water for All, which is a UN global multi-stakeholder partnership using its convening power to galvanize political leadership, advocate and coordinate action on water, sanitation and hygiene. We also like to work a lot with ministers of finance on financing for the sector. And I'm also an advocate for the realization of the human rights to water and sanitation. And I think, well, this is what we try to do at SWA. Human rights are seldom mentioned in discussions on financing. So this is one of the reasons why I'm so happy that I was invited to be here today with you. This year, where financing is a critical aspect of various meetings on water and sanitation, not least at the conference. I was discussing with Sultan that now we call it the conference. We all know what we are talking about. SWA has been working with partners to develop 2 critical documents to help us all focus not only on financing and not only on financing for water and sanitation, but more specifically on financing for water and sanitation for those who lack even basic access to these essential services. So the first of these documents explains the human rights obligations of states that states should take to take steps to realize these rights using the maximum of available resources, to progressively realize the rights. So realizing the rights to water and sanitation and achieving the targets in the SDGs needs much more. You all know this, and this is why we are here, more than political commitments. Success relies on deploying significant financial and other resources. The human rights to water and sanitation are not just a declaration of political intent. They enshrine specific legal obligations related to several aspects as participation, access to information, accountability, non-discrimination, equality, but also financing, right? So there is a treaty that was ratified by 171 states, maybe by all of the countries you come from, those of you here today and even listening in, that says that that obliges states to allocate sufficient resources and commit that sufficient resources are committed to realizing human rights, including the human rights to water and sanitation. And I will read an excerpt of the treaty that says each state party undertakes to take steps individually and through international assistance and cooperation, interesting, right? Especially economic and technical, to the maximum of available resources, with a view to achieving progressively the full realization of the rights recognized in the said treaty, including water and sanitation. So ultimately, what this means is that resource constraints do not justify inaction when it comes to realizing water and sanitation rights, okay? While states are not always in a position to commit the necessary resources to meet their obligations immediately, they must at least be able to demonstrate that they are working towards a realization of their rights, of these rights, that they are taking steps through policies, strategies, plans, identifying financial and other resources to realize the rights over a short time framework as it's possible. So putting human rights and the focus on the elimination of inequalities, as we are discussing today, at the center of any discussion on financing and resource management requires a conversation that is broader than the usual concerns of economic efficiency and cost recovery. It necessitates a recognition of the intrinsic value of ensuring that everyone has access to adequate services as expeditiously and efficiently as possible. And ultimately, while universal access to sustainable and resilient service provision may be a costly undertaking, it is costlier by far for both economic and human development when people, you know this, don't have access to these basic services. So building the necessary alliances to support the realization of the rights requires advocacy grounded on human rights law, but also strategies that place the reduction of inequalities at their heart. So given that we are in Geneva and there are also many bilateral donors in the audience, I would like to stress that this obligation also contains extraterritorial obligations. What does it mean? Obviously, all financing as all engagement between states for programs and projects must comply with human rights obligations, and where possible, bilateral donors should also commit the maximum of their available resources to support recipient countries in achieving in meeting their human rights obligations, including their obligations in realizing the rights to water and sanitation. So we have developed a document explaining the principle of maximum available resources and what it means for different stakeholders. It's available on our website, and we invite you to take a look at it. Now, there is another document. I will not go into length because I know that you don't want to listen to me, you want to listen to the speakers. So the second document is a document that Guy Hutton has also been very involved in, which is, it's a document that was drafted, prepared by a group of not only experts, but representatives of governance, IFIs, right, civil society, academic institutions, etc. And Catarina Fonseca has also been active in this exercise. that outlines 5 principles of sustainable WASH financing. And I don't want to go into depth on it, but the purpose of the document, let me tell you, is to address the mismatch of supply and demand for finance that prevents the global community from expanding services and reaching its stated goals. So having observed, one, an imbalance between spending on new infrastructure and maintaining existing systems, right? And two, insufficient domestic expenditure, worsened, number 3, by an increase in aid fragmentation, and 4, low levels of monitoring and financial accountability. This group has proposed 5 guiding principles on, and I will not go into further depth. Are you disappointed at me, Guy, that I don't go into further depth? You are not, because you want more time to speak. Very good. Okay. I also wanted just to mention one thing, which is, okay, I will skip it. So many thanks for your attention, and I hope that you will take the time to review the 2 documents that I mentioned. So they are available on SWA, Sanitation and Water for All.org's website. And of course, we are more than happy to exchange with you on this and give us input, for example, in particular to the principles, because they have not yet been finalized. So having your opinion and views and comments and suggestions would be very helpful. Okay, now let me introduce the speakers. Number 1, and I will start with Madame Yvonne Aki Sawyer, was sworn in as a mayor of Freetown in May 2018, with a commitment to transform Freetown using an inclusive, it's the opposite, inclusive, data-driven approach to address challenges in the city. The 3-year Transform Freetown plan details 19 concrete targets across 11 sectors and covers issues ranging from tackling environmental degradation to facilitating the creation of jobs in the tourism sector. A finance professional with over 25 years of private sector experience in strategic planning, risk management, consulting, and project management, Mayor Aki Sawyer's public sector engagement began with her work during the 2014-2015 Ebola epidemic and her subsequent role as delivery team lead for the 2nd phase of a multi-stakeholder program to drive socio-economic recovery in Sierra Leone post-Ebola. So, Mayor, I am very happy to give you the floor. And I will ask you, the same way I will ask all the other panelists, to kindly stick to limit your intervention to 8 minutes. Over to you.
Sorry, a small intervention. Miss Mayor Aki Sawyer is not able to join due to a power outage in Freetown at the moment. Oh. So she will hopefully come available online later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, very good. Not very good. Very bad. But very bad. But we will come back to her. Will you get information from her as soon? So you make me a sign and then we bring her in immediately after the power is back. Good. Okay, so the next speaker is Sinegugu Zukulu, who is a dynamic, inspiring, these were the adjectives that were given to me, dynamic, inspiring, and deeply committed community development, social and environmental activist. You were born in Amadiba administrative area of Eastern Pondoland in the Wild Coast, a place of deep significance in your life. You are deeply committed to the growth of ecotourism that is owned and directly benefits the communities of the Wild Coast. You are an advocate for a bottom-up sustainable development that protects the integrity of both local communities and local ecosystems. In your words, development should be locally induced, done at local and human scale that will not only benefit local people, but also keep land in the hands of the locals. You are a champion for the rights of rural communities, and you have been working through SWC, sustaining the Wild Coast to ensure achievement of this vision. Over to you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katerina, for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am coming from indigenous people of Mbonaland, and I will take you towards that particular angle to see things from our perspective. And in doing so, I'd like to say, to bring another terminology to say, how do we invest in strategic water sources? Okay, right, okay. The territories of indigenous people, they are well known to be some of the areas that remain intact and pristine in various ways, whether you're looking from biodiversity, you're looking in terms of the forest, the natural systems and all of that. But these areas, they are faced with many challenges. Challenges such as water grabbing, the construction of large hydroelectric plants, the growth of the agribusiness, the mining operations, the deforestation or logging, you name it, all sorts of challenges that we have. In our community where I come from, we have been for the past 22 years been fighting against an imposed mining. And last year we had to go to court to block a seismic exploration by Shell. And what was the biggest motivation for us was what Shell has done to people of Ogoniland in the Niger Delta in terms of the pollution of the terrestrial and the aquatic ecosystem. People who used to fish can't fish anymore. So these challenges are real and they are happening, and they are happening now as we sit here and discuss, and they are impacting on the strategic water sources, be it global, be it regional, be it local water sources. Yesterday, I enjoyed the presentation done here by Professor Johan. And in particular, I took note of the fact that when you are looking at the evaporation export coming from, if you're looking at the countries that have got the most, looking at Nigeria, they're looking at India, Congo, Brazil, which is from the Amazonia. Most, not all, most of those territories, they are territories of the indigenous people. The pictures alongside are the pictures of the springs and water sources in my community. We have never had water on a tap. We have never had. We don't know for how long we're still gonna be getting water from our springs. So therefore, also I was impressed with what was being said by Christine Colvin from WWF, what she said about nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based solutions. And I'd like to be once again be talking to those things, because when we do that, we are not only just solving the problem of water, but we are also addressing biodiversity, we're addressing climate change and all of those things. So payment for ecosystem services, if those people, there are people who live around those strategic water sources, they deserve priority of investment when we are serious about the protection of water resources. So people who live around those, and I've said most, not all of them, most of those, they are within the indigenous people's territories. We need to be working towards financing, strengthening of the stewardship of the land that produces, or that is the strategic water sources where the water resources lie. So targeting those areas, prioritizing those in financing water becomes very critical. That means, how do we make sure that if people who live in those areas are choosing for their land to be protected? Because the challenge we have is that because all the other areas, we see now, because terrestrial ecosystems have been overexploited, they are now moving to the oceans. And it's a global challenge that we are seeing. So how do we therefore make sure that we are strengthening the protection, we are strengthening the stewardship? Because indigenous communities, whether you go to Amazonia, you go to Southeast Asia, you go into the African continent, people are fighting to protect their land, but no one is taking notice, and they are not being taken seriously. The multinational corporations are all over in those territories, and multinational corporations are coming from the north, and the north is the shareholders of those multinational corporations. And the north is silent, is saying nothing. And we have to fight. We have to go to court with the money we don't have to fight the struggles that are coming from the north. I'm saying Shell Shell lost. We took Shell. I was the first applicant when we went to court in December, and Shell lost, but Shell is appealing the judgment, a judgment which instructed them to even pay the cost of our legal teams. They are appealing that. And Shell is coming from the north, and the shareholders of Shell are mainly in the north, and the north is saying nothing. The climate change is a global challenge, but we are alone in this, and it's not supposed to be. So if we are serious about protecting water, financing water, we need to think strategically in terms of where to put our money, where our mouth is. And that means strengthening the stewardship of those strategic water sources. Waste management, in particular, challenges being brought by the extractive industry, strengthening the land tenure for the indigenous people to start owning their land. If you were to look to investigate, you will see all sorts of challenges that we have in terms of the land ownership, which of course emanate from the colonization system that imposed certain complicated and complex land tenure systems. Stopping the extractive industry that threaten those territories, which are our water sources. Again, that's where we need partnership with financing in order for us. We should not be alone. We should all be collaborating in these struggles. Implementation of nature-based solution. Again, I said this was mentioned yesterday. And I wanted to give examples, because sometimes when we use this terminology, nature-based solutions, we're talking about how do we do the rehabilitation and the restoration of ecosystem in order to keep the ecosystem goods and services flowing out of those lands. For instance, where I come from, in my community, we've got the challenge of gum tree and wattle. Gum tree and wattle are the trees from Australia. But because the colonizers in our country, they came from Australia, from Europe, from UK, they went to Australia. And then when the British took over the Cape Colony from the Dutch, so they brought all the Australian trees, the gum trees and the wattles. So we are sitting with that particular problem, which is taking a hell lot of our water. And we therefore need the investments in order to eradicate, to remove these alien invasives, so that we could be able to secure the water resources for the future. The rangelands management, restoration of the indigenous forests, those are all the examples of what nature-based solutions and interventions, or EBA, ecosystem-based adaptation, is all about. Also yesterday here, I was glad it was mentioned, the natural capital accounting. how do we begin a process of putting value in the intact ecosystem, in the indigenous forest without logging? The challenge we have is that the Western economic system is forcing us to put value when we cut down a tree. How do we therefore put a value on intact ecosystem? I'm going to stop there. This happened last year again in South Africa. I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your both wonderful and terrible presentation. Wonderful because of your passion and the issues that you brought to us, but also terrible because of the situations that you described. And of course, it raised questions to me that maybe would be good for the subsequent part of this panel where we will have a discussion. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Siddharth Durga Vanchi, who serves as Water.org's global lead for financial institutions partnerships. You lead technical assistance, partnership development, and innovative financing for Water.org's financial institution partners, and you work with the organization's regional teams in Latin America, Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia to develop a partnership network. So I'm sure that the issues that were just highlighted by Sinegugu regarding indigenous people in different parts of the world are very familiar to you. You have over 15 years of experience in capital markets, international development consulting, grassroots development. As an investment professional, you also invested in several social impact businesses in the area of financial services, agriculture, house finance, and water across emerging markets. So it's a big pleasure to give you the floor, Siddharth, and let me remind you that you only have 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your intervention.
Thanks, Katerina, for a very kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. So let me start with an overview of what we do, and then I'll talk about what has worked for us and the communities that we work with and the challenges that we encounter. So first of all, Water.org exists to demonstrate how capital markets can work for low-income households and underserved communities to enable access to safe water and sanitation. We take a market-based approach in our interventions, and we have seen that some of our solutions have scaled. Thank you. Let me give a few examples. Over 15 years ago, we developed Water Credit Program, a microcredit solution for households to access wash facilities. Since then, we have partnered with several financial institutions and utilities. We have innovated on our offerings, and we have provided know-how and capital linkages to our partners. Our financial institution partners now are lending to households, SMEs, community-based organizations for wash facilities. So what started as a microcredit solution has evolved into multiple market segments, including community-based organizations. Our work with community-based organizations and utilities, for example, in Indonesia, has resulted in mobilization of $32 million of capital, impacting 1.6 million lives. The capacity building support to utilities includes marketing campaigns, developing finance and accounting capabilities for such utilities, and access to finance from local banks. So you can see we triangulate our partnerships at the local level. So talking about the capital markets at the global level, a few years ago, we created an asset management firm called Water Equity to focus on investing in water and sanitation finance. It was the first asset manager focusing on water sanitation and affordable financing for water sanitation in the market. Till now, Water Equity has committed over $200 million in investments and successfully raised 2 funds. Now, this is an example of blended finance at play, where our donor partners seeded the initial setup, and thereafter Water Equity could raise commercial investments. We have been experimenting with innovative financing structures such as credit enhanced bonds and guarantees. And we invite like-minded partners to join us in this endeavor. As you can see, we intervene at multiple points of capital flow, from global capital markets to last mile financing. And these efforts demonstrate scale that has resulted in over $5 billion of capital mobilized till now, impacting 51 million lives. We also worked with regulators, government officials at various levels to address regulatory challenges around capital flows to the sector. So what next? Our next milestone is to align with UN Water Action agendas to reach 100 million more people and mobilize $1 billion of capital to achieve that goal. While we have had successes, we believe these could have accelerated if not for these challenges. One of the key challenges that we see is the lack of visibility of water sanitation and affordable financing for water sanitation among DFIs and governments. So we call on the governments to incentivize investments into SDG 6. For example, official development assistance can include investment strategy aligned with global goals, especially water and sanitation finance, SDG 6, which is the lesser popular global goal among others. Secondly, DFIs. What we have noticed is that DFIs are competing with private sector, and instead of crowding in private capital, they are generating deals that are at par with private investors. So we would request DFIs to come up with risk mitigating investment structures, credit enhancement structures to crowd in private capital rather than compete with them. I think such solutions can bring changes at the global capital markets, which will enable capital flows into the domestic capital markets for water and sanitation finance. So I'll pause there and happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, and thank you for making my life so easy. I didn't have to interrupt you. Thank you also for giving us a snapshot of the work that Water.org is doing and what you have done, what comes ahead, and but also then pointing very directly to the challenges and how things could change if appropriate actions would be taken to support access, affordable water and sanitation to the poorest. Very good. So it's now my pleasure to give the floor to my neighbor, Rukan Manas. Rukan, you are an experienced professional in international cooperation and international finance. You are a program specialist in UNCDF, and you are in charge for initiatives and projects in the field of financing for water. We are thrilled to listen to you.
Thank you so much, Katerina, for the introduction.
Sorry, yes, the one.
I hope that's better now. So thank you so much for the introduction. So we at UNCDF, we are really interested in identifying innovative financing solutions to respond to development challenges, including those related to water. And we have created a program where we are trying to address these challenges in different ways, and where we're trying to unlock public and private capital to flow towards different areas related to water, including providing access to any kind of water related services, from wash to agriculture to energy to all, including directing capital to transboundary and multi-sector water cooperation, and hence trying to have a peace building impact, and also for better sustainable integrated water resource management. Today, I want to present you an example of an initiative that is focusing on how we can do that on multiple levels, how we can address these challenges on the regional, national, and local levels. Because yesterday we've heard that there is a disconnection there, and that often financing easily flows to the national level, but it's really challenging when it comes to the regional or local level. So before we go into that initiative, just to give you a brief understanding of where we see the challenges when it comes to financing for water. I don't want to go into all the points here. What I want to highlight is the fact that the way the current financial ecosystem is working, it works perfectly well for sovereign state, for big companies, but it doesn't work for local governments, for municipalities, or for regional non-sovereign entities like River Basin Organization, because the current financial ecosystem is based on the Bretton Woods system, where capital needs to flow through the national treasuries. So we think that in addition to thinking strategically, we need systemic change to address this gap. So this is a market failure that we've identified and that we are trying to address with the Blue Peace Financing Initiative that is working both on a local and transboundary level. So how are we trying to do that? We are working with local and regional non-sovereign entities to get access to the capital markets. With those entities, I mean local governments, municipalities, as well as river basin organizations, because those entities are often at the forefront when it comes to providing water-related services down to the local level. And we are doing that by using water as an entry point to create multi-sectoral and transboundary water cooperation frameworks and transform them into investment platforms with financing instruments that is known for the finance community, for investors. And as you can see here in the theory of change, we are creating through this a self-reinforcing cycle where these entities can build up a credit history with time, a credit worthiness, and hopefully in the mid and long term, they can go back to the capital markets over and over again, and hopefully at some point without external support. And we are doing that, we are reaching that because the whole process is accompanied with very strong technical assistance and capacity building for these entities, because that's another challenge. We see that there is often a lack of understanding for basic financing instruments, for capital markets, and there is a lack of capacity to mobilize and manage funding and financing to go to these projects. So here you see how the mechanism is working for river basin organizations. And as you can see, we have two pillars within the mechanism. On the one hand, we have capacity building activities, and then we also have capital mobilization activities. We start with working with these river basin organizations to create a master plan. And there, the process of negotiation is really important because we need to make sure that it's inclusive, not just in terms of including all member states, but also including local communities to really consider their priorities and their needs. Once the master plan is developed, we support them to create a joint investment plan. So that's the portfolio of the underlying assets. Basically, this is just an extraction of the most investment-ready projects within the master plan and the projects that have the highest priority for the member states and their local communities. Once we have the joint investment plan ready, we move into the capital mobilization activities where we implement the underlying financing structure. And we start with that by creating a special purpose vehicle, or you can call it an asset management agency, who effectively issues the Blue Peace bond. And the idea is that the principal and the interest rate of that bond will be paid back through the cash flows of the underlying projects within the joint investment plan. We are right now testing this initiative in West Africa with the Gambia River Basin Organization, with Gambia, Guinea, Senegal, and Guinea-Bissau as member states. And we've started to work with them in 2019, where the Council of Ministers signed a resolution giving the OMVG the mandate to explore, together with us and the Swiss government, because this is a joint initiative, to explore innovative financing mechanisms such as the Blue Peace Financing Initiative. And if we just go back here with the pilot case in OMVG, we are right now basically in the middle of this process. We are about to finalize the master plan and joint investment plan, and with that, the capacity building activities. And just a couple of weeks ago at the WEF in Davos, we actually launched the start of implementing the financing structure. And here you see the first portfolio that was identified for this Blue Peace bond. And as you can see, it is very well diversified. We have projects ranging from energy to drinking water, ecotourism, agriculture, navigation. In terms of size, we are talking about up to $2 billion US. And one area of projects I want to highlight here is what you see in the second line: market, storage facility, and terminal station. Why is that important? In addition to the process of the negotiation with the member states and creating the master plan, what we've did is we went to the very local, sometimes rural, transboundary areas, and we've talked to the local communities directly to identify their needs and their priorities. So with that, we've identified another set of projects that are rather small scale. When you would bring this kind of projects to investors, they would not be interested because it's too small scale, there's no scalability. But what is interesting with this portfolio approach is that you can use big infrastructure projects to also attract investors towards this kind of small scale projects that are small in size, but still very important in terms of impact. Here you see our journey, and as I've mentioned, we are right now in the process of implementing the financing structure, and we hope that the first Blue Peace bond will be issued towards end of this year. And this is just to summarize why we believe that this is an initiative that can really bring systemic change. As I mentioned, the portfolio approach is interesting, not just from the investor's point of view, but also from an impact point of view. The inclusive process from the beginning is very crucial. And of course, here we are also talking about the blended finance mechanism. We need innovative financing instruments to accompany this. And I'll stop here for the sake of time, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rakam, for the explanation. I had listened a lot about the Blue Peace project, but I think it was very interesting the way you explain how it really works and the way you gave this the example of the Gambia River Basin Commission organization. Sorry, good. Thank you so much. Of course, this also raises questions, and I'm looking forward to the discussion that we will have. And now, at last but not least, so I need to inform you that Mayor Aki Sawyer will not be able to join us at all, correct, due to the power outage. And this means we have more time for, we are missing her, obviously, but it means we will have a bit more time for discussion. So the last speaker on our panel is Guy Hutton, a PhD. I'm told as if I didn't know it. I'm also told that you are a development economist specializing in water, sanitation and hygiene. He now works as an independent consultant based in the UK. Previously, he held positions, and very important ones, at UNICEF, the World Bank, in academia, and we started working together, I don't know when, many years ago. So, Guy, as we were saying, you will give us a bit of the a picture of what is affordability, what it is, and as you were saying, how you measure it, and what are the response strategies. You have 10 minutes, Guy.
Thank you very much, Katerina. Pleasure to be on a panel with you and some colleagues here. So I'll start with a simple analogy, talking about how to measure and respond to WASH affordability, and WASH is water, sanitation, and hygiene. So if I'm given a blunt axe to chop down a tree, should I spend 5 hours trying to chop the tree down with a blunt axe, or should I spend 10 minutes sharpening it and 10 minutes chopping the tree down? So I think that we're in a similar position around how to reach people who deserve public support subsidies in order to access their human rights to water and sanitation and hygiene. And why is this important? It's because, as shown in a World Bank study, the majority of public subsidies go to the top 20% or the better off, let's say, depends on context. And so the people who need those public subsidies the most are not receiving them. Why is that? You can ask the local politicians or mayors. They may say, we don't know. Well, that's because you don't have the data, or we don't care. because these groups are not politically important, or we can't do anything about it because most of the service providers are providing services to the better off. So it's very hard to reach those who don't have the service at all. So at least we can try to make their excuses less by providing them the data with who is able to, what people spend on their services and how we can improve the situation. So why measure and monitor WASH affordability? So economic access is one of the major constraints to people not having access. I think that's obvious. With the amount of funds and financing that needs to be raised to reach the SDG target 6.1 and 6.2, to raise that, it's very unlikely that we can raise it from the poorest people. So subsequently, affordability is one of the normative criteria of the human rights to safe drinking water and sanitation, which Katerina played a major role in achieving. And as I think we got to be aware that as service providers seek to recover more costs, there's a lot of discussion around tariff reform, how to get more from the customer, from the user. It's important to understand the impact on vulnerable groups, so we need that data. And we shouldn't forget that SDG target 6.1 includes the word affordable in it, but we're not measuring it. And target 6.2 is around equitable access to those in vulnerable situations, but we're not measuring it. So it's absolutely vital to do more around understanding who has access and why those that don't have access do not have access. Currently, there's no global monitoring of the affordability of household wash in terms of what people spend, what people can afford. So this is also true at national level. Very few countries, in terms of low and middle income countries, are getting a national picture of which population groups are having economic challenges to access services. So I put this in big letters because I think it's really important. If there's one takeaway, we should remember this, that we got no data, systematic data, and we need to do more on this. So we need to re-examine what is affordability and how WASH affordability can be meaningfully measured. This is where our collaboration began, Katerina, back in 2011, when we started working on the post-2015 agenda. And you commissioned this paper on how to monitor affordability so that it really gets into the what was to become the SDGs. And we followed this up a few years later with the WHO and UNICEF leading an expert group to really understand how we can put these measures into effect. If you're interested, if you still read physical, documents, there's some in the back of the room. So what is WASH affordability? There are two angles, and these are both very important. One is access to water and sanitation must not compromise the ability to pay for other essential needs guaranteed by human rights, such as food, housing, and healthcare. So this is your words, Katerina. It's very hard because we don't know how much people should be spending on those other things from the water sector. We don't have that overview, but it's really critical that poor people accessing services, let's take the situation of water vendor supply. They spend tens or hundreds of times the amount that people who have pipe water supply will pay in terms of unit cost. And the amount they have to spend really will impinge upon their ability to pay for their children's education and for food and so on. And the second angle is more an equity angle. Payment for water services has to be based on the principle of equity, that poorer households should not be disproportionately burdened with water expenses. So that may suggest a sort of cross-subsidizing from richer households, or the appropriate use of public subsidies to ensure that poor households not only don't spend a higher proportion of their income, but they don't spend more in terms of total costs, as the example gave with the water vendors, where poor people do actually spend more in dollar amounts than richer households. So how can WASH affordability be practically measured? So until now, many countries, international agencies and service providers define it as a household's expenditure on water and wastewater as a proportion of annual income. And in a, in the 2017 WHO UNICEF JMP report, there was a couple of pages looking into the issue and showing what the data currently shows. It shows that in terms of what is being collected from nationally representative household surveys, the picture doesn't look too worrying. There's a small proportion of households in some regions that spend more than 5% of their income on water and wastewater, but most spend less than 2%. So by any international standard, that doesn't look too worrying. However, this measure has several flaws or questions to resolve. So there are many households who don't consume the minimum level of service. So what they spend is not reflecting the sort of national standard. Second, many WASH costs are not captured by utility billing regimes. So if we include hygiene measures, menstrual hygiene, if we include expenditure on toilet facilities, if we include secondary sources of water, or their main source of water, which may not be the tap water. So there's a lot of expenditure going on outside what they report in these expenditure surveys. There's also non-financial costs. So a lot of households spend time walking to and from the water point or the place of open defecation. And so we can record many hours of household time spent in this every day. And finally, in terms of that measure, what is the threshold? You know, is it 3%? Is it 4%? Is it 5%? Every country, every utility has a different measure, and there's no global norm currently in practice. So I think I'm going to skip a slide just to save time. So how can we determine WASH affordability in a way that is objective and measurable, allows clear decision rules that are fair, and that is monitorable using nationally representative data and can be collected and on a regular basis? So many of these surveys that we use in that JMP report are done every 3 to 5 years. So you don't get a regular picture on household expenditure. So some options that were considered in the report that I showed. Some, you can ask people what they think about the affordability and willingness to pay. So what people say. Another is what people do in response to price changes. And we do see in many examples of utilities adjusting their prices, and suddenly there's an adjustment in the demand. And of course, especially poor people will respond to that, although water tends to be inelastic in that people need it so badly that they won't change their consumption greatly and will possibly cut back on other expenses in order to afford it. The third way is to just identify whether a household is classified as being living in poverty or not, and base your policy on that. And this can work if you have up-to-date poverty information and it's fairly collected. And another option is just looking at the policy response. What are governments doing about WASH affordability? There is, what are their policies? Do they have targets? Do they have financial schemes? And are they targeting specific population groups? And we have the benefit of a recent UN Water Glass survey, which has presented some of the results from that the survey that covered over 100 countries. And many countries do have policies in place, over 70% on average. Not quite half have targets for affordability, and about a third have financial schemes for affordability that exist and that are widely used. So that means about 2/3 of countries don't have financial schemes that are widely used. So I recommend you look at the report for more data on that. Another policy response is around how tariffs are structured. A very important one where, you know, utility provision is predominant. So it's important to look at how tariffs are set and applied. You know, it's important to cover as many costs as possible while protecting the poor. So the tariff levels somehow distinguish population groups with different ability to pay. Is there a block tariff? Are there mechanisms to ensure poor households can connect cheaply or free of charge and pay for their water? So it's important to look into this and see how tariffs can be adjusted to not only raise more revenue from those who can afford it, but also protect those who can't. There are many ways of delivering subsidies, which we won't go into now. We've got water.org providing sort of subsidized loans to low-income households. There's the general welfare payment channel where you don't give it for water, but you give them enough welfare payment in order to cover some of the essential services. And then there's vouchers, say voucher for a toilet or voucher for soap and so on. So we do have a very high proportion in low and middle income countries of population relying on informal services that are not regulated, that are not monitored. And so it's really important that we do more to understand what is going on with these populations. And so one recommendation, and this may well draw on the wash accounts that is being sort of implemented by UN Water and WHO, is to conduct benefit incidence analysis. Who is receiving subsidies from from government funds, and who isn't? So we can dig into that data on public expenditure and see who's receiving the funds. So one analysis was done in the report on how to measure wash affordability, looking at this is an example from Ghana, and on the bottom you've got 10 income quintiles, sorry, 10 income deciles, and on the left side is the poorest decile, the bottom 10%. And we look at the actual spending from the expenditure survey, and then we added what it would cost them if they had basic water, sanitation, hygiene services. And so you shift from being 1% of income to around 7% of income on the green line. And then if you add the time cost to that, it goes up a further 7% to the purple line. And then if you add in the required capital costs on an annualized basis, it goes up to the orange line. So I think this is a really interesting picture. It'll be replicated in many contexts where people spend little, but they have a lot of other costs they have to pay. And if they were to pay the basic or national standard, they would be spending a lot more of their income. So it's important to sort of not take the data as is, but to adjust it to see what it would be what would be required in order to provide the national standard of service. So a few quick conclusions and recommendations. So one is to develop cost norms for different service levels to assess what it will cost to meet SDG targets 6.1 and 6.2, also including a basic service standard for those countries that are really challenged to reach that standard. And this can be part of a broader finance strategy. That's the first step of a finance strategy, is to know what it'll cost in order to meet the targets. It's very important to incorporate sustainability and climate resilience in those cost estimates. And these costs can be compared with household income levels to see what sort of general affordability there will be, and government budgets to see whether those targets can be reached or not. And another recommendation is to draw on all those expenditure surveys that have been done in countries and compile them in regional and global reports to bring affordability more onto the international agenda. And these numbers can be adjusted for value of time spent and ensure their climate resilient services. And at country level, it's possible to undertake national affordability assessments, triangulating different data sources and making policy recommendations. And it's important to collect more information from those communities where affordability is really an issue. So it doesn't need to be national, it can be more small scale surveys. And finally, it's important to have conversations with other sectors, because we can't assess affordability just one service alone. There are many SDG targets that actually have the word affordable in their title. These other SDGs are actually doing very little about affordability as well, even though the word is there. So I think that there does need to be more discussion across sectors to assess what is the sort of basket of goods that households need to spend and need to pay for in order to access all these essential services. Thank you. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you so much, Kai, for this. I find it fascinating. It's also a topic that interests me a lot. Presentation, and for all the issues, that you raised. Now we still have 58 minutes for discussions. I will start, if you allow me, by asking the panelists some questions. We got one online. I have some more that came to my mind as I was listening to you. And then we do this for approximately 20 minutes. Well, and of course, you also have the freedom to ask questions to the other panelists. And then we open up the room for you, and we give you approximately 35-40 minutes for discussion. Does this seem acceptable to you? Good, thank you. Okay, so so first question. We got this question online, which asks, how can we ensure financing actually reaches women, youth, local authorities, and indigenous peoples on the ground? Currently, estimates show only 0.5 to 2% actually reaches them. How can we change the methodology of administrative requirements, etc.? This is the question that we received. So, Sine Gugu, I started thinking about what you were saying on multinationals. And as a human rights lawyer, of course, I'm familiar with all the cases related to Ogoniland and how they went, was it to the African Commission on Human Rights, etc. And I started thinking, so what support, because you were talking a little bit about it, what support do you see as useful to address the critical point that multinationals are not respecting human rights? And let me, and the human rights, water and sanitation, as well as other human rights, right? That you refer to. And of course, we all know that governments have obligations, but the private sector also has responsibilities when it comes to human rights. And there is something that was approved by the Human Rights Council called the REGI framework, Protect, Respect and Remedy, which calls on states to protect against such abuses, on the corporate world to ensure respect for human rights, including undertaking due diligence, etc. And then that the states ensure methods that ensure that people like you, the alleged victims, have access to remedies, well, and affordable remedies also, Guy. So that would be my question. So what type of support would you need? Then for Siddharth, how do you, water.org, manage to support people who don't get services from utilities? And this was something that was also mentioned, for example, by Guy in his intervention. For you, Rukan, what are the greatest challenges that you face in ensuring that the poorest people, you refer to them, benefit against the bigger invested interests? And then for Guy, I have two questions. One is that you mentioned, did I get it right? Welfare payments, welfare services. Can you give us a little bit more detail about this? How could this be a solution? Is it feasible? And then my other question is, and it relates also to the language of the SDGs, what about affordable sanitation and affordable hygiene? And I remember when I was special rapporteur visiting countries, when I mentioned affordability, they would only answer me when it came to water. Sanitation, it's the municipalities and the vacuum, the trucks that take it out. Well, and hygiene and the costs of sanitary pads, for example, for menstrual hygiene and management, they don't even cross the minds of ministers who blush when you ask them about people's periods. Good. So these were my questions to start a bit the discussion. How do we go about it in chronological order? Shall we start with you, Sinegugu?
All right, thank you, Katerina, for the question. What support do we need? Okay, first and foremost, I said one thing is that if we are fighting against multinational corporations, we need collaborative efforts. There's got to be a working together with the North. Right now, we're finding ourselves having to stand alone. And what makes it very difficult is the fact that, for instance, when we take Shell to court, we are not just taking Shell, but we are also challenging our government who's giving Shell the permit, you see. So therefore, it means government is using our own taxpayers' money to challenge us in court. And we have to find our own money, our other money. So Shell made the biggest profit this past year, the biggest profit ever. So they've got deep pockets. Our government, they are using public funds to challenge us. Then we go to court. So you can see that the playground is not level there. And we have got no place to run to. When we, for instance, we tried to fundraise, I think we only managed to get about like 5,000 rands, and the target was 3 million rands. So we couldn't. So the people are there folding their arms. They are watching us. When we win in court, they congratulate us. But we need financial resources to be able to do for legal fees. You see, especially that these multinational corporations are coming from somewhere. Hence, I'm saying collaboration is important. We need, for instance, I was saying the pictures you were seeing in my presentation alongside are the kind of springs which we have. And we have challenges of the alien invasive vegetation, which is taking up all our water. So we need funding for the NGOs that are working within those communities. And I'm not speaking just for my community, but all the indigenous people everywhere. There are those who are lucky, they do have NGOs, they've got CCPOs who are working within those communities to help them to find solutions into those. So we need, so for instance, water, like I'm mentioning water. If I were to have somebody who says they can drill 10 boreholes in my community, and then we can have pipes to channel that water to the people, it would make a huge difference. So we need legal fees. We need water access for those poor communities. We need to train young people to be the champions, to make people aware of their rights. All of these, UN has got declarations for human rights, declarations for indigenous people, but who knows, those things are flying above the heads of the local people at the lowest level. Up until those rights are realized in the smallest places that don't appear even on maps. So we are just daydreaming. So those need to be realized. And for that to happen, you need resources, because you need to bring the awareness for all of these decisions which are taken at international level, for them to filter down, even the laws that are taken, the government responsibilities at national level. We've got some of the best constitution in our country, but it doesn't filter down. You will find more than often that the government, the very government who is supposed to be the custodian of that constitution, is suppressing the people. So we need help so that civil society can stand on their own and be able to challenge, because constitution and the human rights declarations by UN. They don't belong to the UN. They don't belong to government. They belong to the people. And for them to be realized by the people, people need to be enabled. And we need an enabling environment for those things to filter down. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sine Gugu, for what you said. And well, I had been told that you were inspiring, and you are indeed inspiring, but also because, well, you speak in a very blunt manner, and think you also, I don't know if it was deliberate or not. You were quoting Eleanor Roosevelt, or did it come right on the where do human rights start? In in small places close to home that you cannot even see on a map. And if they don't exist there, they don't exist anywhere. And it's of no value to have them in constitutions, in declarations that don't belong to the institutions, but rather to the people. Well, personally, I could not agree more. Good. So, Siddharth, over to you.
Is how do we ensure people receive services from utilities? We partner with small scale utilities, urban and semi-urban utilities to provide technical assistance to these utilities, do marketing campaigns so that they get new customers from low-income communities and households. We help these utilities in their bookkeeping and developing their ability to access finance. So this type of intervention with utilities has been successful in a couple of markets, 1 or 2 markets, not entirely in all of the emerging markets. It's been successful wherever the utilities have issues with access to finance, where they are just at the borderline bankability, and where the utilities are able to develop the infrastructure to reach the last mile households. So it's kind of a mixed bag for us right now, mixed response.
Okay. Siddharth, thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, it's a difficult question, I know, and challenging, and it's a nut that we still haven't cracked. Hukan, over to you. We need to share the microphone.
Thank you. So a couple of things to respond to that challenge. That was about, how can big investments really reach the poorest that need access to these services? So first of all, we need to make sure to include local communities from the beginning in any initiative, and not just when the investment comes in. And we've done that with our example, not just when we were about to develop the master plan, but the OMVG had created first a concept note, a conceptual framework where they had consultations with the local community. So this is really, you need to start from the beginning. And in the example that I've presented, what we've been doing throughout the process is we have regular consultations on the regional level represented by the organization, regular consultations on the national level, making sure that the member states are represented equally to also make sure that there is equity in identifying the priorities. And then also, of course, on the local level. And by that, not just inviting those people, but really going to the ground, meeting the people, the local communities, and talking to them. So that's one point, the inclusiveness throughout the process. Second, and I want to touch base on the importance of affordability that was mentioned by Guy, with the portfolio approach that we have, this allows us, first of all, not just attract investors to small scale projects thanks to big infrastructure projects, because we need to be, as we heard yesterday, we should not be naive. We need to accept the fact that investors, even impact investors, they still want to see a return on investment. They want to see big scale investments, but we can use that to attract investments also to these small scale projects. And at the same time, the portfolio approach allows us for cross subsidization, because the thing is that some of these projects, they can generate revenue to pay back investors, but some of them actually need to be cross-subsidized. So you can use those big infrastructure projects that generate revenue to subsidize those projects that don't generate revenue or those projects that are too small scale. So that's another way to make sure that really investment can reach the local level. And then, of course, to make sure that works out, we need to be able to measure impact. So we are really working also on frameworks where we can measure impact on all levels, including the local level. One thing that I just want to mention as well, also because Mayor Akwisoye could not join, we have actually another project where we work with the Freetown City Council, together with the mayor and her team, where we work directly with the local government, with the city council. And from the beginning, we have integrated community engagement activities, where we first of all try to understand what the community needs. And it was interesting at the beginning, we had identified some projects related to water kiosks, etc. Thanks to the community engagement activities, we've realized what is really important is also access for women specifically, and women economic empowerment. So we then adjusted the project to make sure that the one specific project especially has also the ability to empower women in terms of women economic empowerment. So those are just a couple of examples how we can try to address this.
Thank you so much, Rukan. Very interesting. Guy, over to you.
Thank you, Katerina. Yes, so welfare payment was suggested as one way to reach poor and vulnerable households. Is it a solution to increase water supply and sanitation? I think that it's important that we do sort of think cross-sectoral in terms of tackling poverty and the roots of poverty. Economists say the consumer is the best judge of their own welfare. So giving them an earmarked subsidy, either explicitly or implicitly in the prices they face, obviously changes their behavior in one direction, but it may not address other needs they have. So giving a general welfare payments allows them to judge, do they need food more than, better water supply, or vice versa? I would say it's okay when the water services are available. They can judge, they can pay what they afford. If the service is not available, then somehow the system has to be subsidized so that it becomes available, because there's a market failure, and they aren't getting the service on offer that they need. So then if you give them money, they can't spend it on something that's not available. So I think that would be my short response. So the second question about affordable sanitation and hygiene, yes, it is usually forgotten, and indeed many governments explicitly require households to invest in their own toilets and buy their own soap and so on. So it's sort of in government policy, but that is with the caveat that they fund behavior change campaigns so that they encourage households to invest themselves. So what do we do about it? I think one area that is receiving a lot of attention is market shaping, so that cheaper, better quality goods become available, where they currently aren't available, such as toilet components, menstrual hygiene materials, and soaps. So make it cheaper for them is one way. I think if we flood the market with heavily subsidized goods, then there's always going to be a distortion. There's going to be a resale or black market developing. And so just giving people free things is not necessarily a good idea. Also, don't subsidize the wrong solutions. Like if you're in a water scarce area, don't give toilets that need a lot of water, because they end up becoming dysfunctional. So subsidies really have to be delivered in the most smart way possible. Yeah, short answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Guy, and other panelists. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask your fellow panelists? Or are you elucidated, clarified. Okay, good. But there are questions here from the audience. So, okay. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. My goodness. Oh, so many. Can you help me? Because I am a bit short-sighted, so I don't see the names of the people in the back. I'm not discriminating. Oh, yes, that gentleman, I recognize him. And who else? That gentleman who is French. What's his name? French. I will put here French gentleman. French gentleman. Who else? This lady here. Water. Use network. And who else? Oh my goodness. This gentleman. Oh, that lady. Okay, African Development Bank. And there is a gentleman there on the right. Blue field research. Okay, so I took note of 13 people. Good, and we have 37 minutes. So I'll start with you, Manfella. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for a very stimulating panel. A thought just crossed my mind when Sinebugu talks about what would help indigenous people. It's not just the people of Emampondo in South Africa, but when you think back on Sandra's presentation yesterday, the issue is we have Doctors Without Borders who help people in circumstances where their countries and their governments are not paying attention. Is there scope for Lawyers Without Borders? And I'm asking you, Katerina, as a lawyer, because the rapporteur system of the UN is all very well to identify what's not working. But then how do you support people who are trying to challenge a system that is not paying attention to their rights?
Thank you so much. University. So you are taking. Well, we are taking all notes of the questions. I'm sorry to call University of Tokyo, Madam.
Yeah, that's fine. My name is Naoko. Anyway, so that just to build on what Manfella said, and then about this and how we can really recognize the role of indigenous people, local community who are safe guardian of the natural capital. I think it's not really good enough to just call the lawyer, and you don't have to go to the COP every time and fighting against that. I mean, the problem is this, and the current economic system doesn't value that this and the true value of the natural capital, including water. So the ultimate solution, which I think we discussed yesterday, is to really change the current economic system to appreciate the contribution of the natural capital. And all ongoing evaluation exercise and the TCFD, TNFD try to make a disclosure mandatory is going to be the right direction. I think we should really focus on that kind of idea of the system change so that none of us really has to struggle to go for this legal fight. So that's one thing. Actually the question for this Blue Peace initiative is that to me it's a very interesting, innovative, more like a blended finance way of doing things, and it's very fitted because it can capture the value of the function of the water. So the question is that besides this private capital or the investors, what will be the expectation of the public sector, the philanthropy sector, that what are the expected role of those at the public part of the blended finance, and then this cross-fertilization can happen not only just a different type of investment, but different function like the capacity building and the sink cost and those kind of things. So what is your expectation of this in the public sector, and hoping that you don't necessarily have to have a big infrastructure as a revenue source? Is it possible to actually bundle the small scale that the investment together to achieve the scale? Maybe it's too difficult, but I just wanted to know, because then we need to find a way to operationalize our water ambition at a even smaller water base and the catchment than the watershed level. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And the next person I have on my list is you, Katarina.
Thank you very much, panel. I think I would like to emphasize a point made by Mr. Zukulu today and Mrs. Batz yesterday, and bring it back to the financing discussions. So in all these financing discussions, we keep talking about working with governments, supporting governments, private sector, private investors, but we all know that real pressure on governments comes from citizens. So I want to make a call for not forget to finance grassroots organizations, human rights offenders, activists, environmental activists, anti-corruption programs, because I've seen a decrease in the amount of funding for these kind of programs, which fund the citizens that put the pressures on governments. But it's more than finance, it's also supporting safe spaces, it's for them to have safe spaces and amplifying their voices. And this brings me back to the second point on finance, which is about these programs are actually really cheap to finance. It's very cheap to finance support to grassroots programs, but development finance at the moment doesn't like small and cheap. Everything is going to large infrastructure, to innovative finance mechanisms, to blended finance mechanisms, to bankable projects. Where are the funding? And I know this is not for this panel, it's motivating this discussion, but I know we have a session in the afternoon. Where is development finance going? Why are we forgetting the voices of citizens? Please do not forget that. Over. Thank you.
Katarina, what a wonderful human rights defender you are.
I learned.
Thank you. The gentleman, you with the glasses.
Thank you. My name is Maarten Kiesler. I'm from the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the water team. We support the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. They're going to issue their report in March at the conference. Its title will be a provocation, so that promises a lot. So in the spirit of provocation, I have a few questions. First, a good message for Sinagugu. In its key messages for a briefing at the UN General Assembly yesterday, the Commission said we should be inspired by the wisdom of indigenous peoples and local communities who consider water as a common good to be valued, respected, and renewed as the basis for all life. So I think here are two commissioners. So talk to them, make sure that they live up to this commitment. I have a question to Guy. So you talked about your report from 2011 about the affordability question. It's now 2023. So have we moved a bit in the past 12 years, or are we basically still having the same story and not much is happening? And then on the question to everyone in innovative finance, the table guide that you showed at the end, it had this sort of accumulation, it became more expensive and more expensive. And then the last thing is the cost of capital. And I wonder if that is also the cost of financing of your capital investment, or if depending on the cost of finance, that graph may go up further. because I mean, innovative finance is great, private finance is great, but it comes with a price tag. So does it really matter how expensive that finance is for the affordability question? It's the suggestion that it just adds a little increment. So that suggests, well, even if it's very expensive capital, then it could still do a good job. But is that really the case?
Thank you so much for all the provocative questions. The lady, yes, you.
Thank you, Christine Colvin, WWF. First of all, just quickly to Sinagugu, you know, solidarity with you for your excellent work in the water source areas in South Africa. And we know that the water source areas do feature in the National Water Resources Plan. And I think the challenges that you've highlighted focus how important it is to make sure that they're reflected in the mining plans for the country as well. And we know that coal mining is a key threat in a lot of the strategic water source areas, and also agriculture plans as well. So, you know, the comment really around how we could be using water and the value of water much more strategically in integrated development planning. And I have a concern around the blue peace bond that I'd like to raise, because given that the vast majority, you said 68% of the revenue is coming from energy, so presumably that's hydroelectric power. You've talked about the importance of large-scale infrastructure being necessary to subsidize some of the smaller scale infrastructure. But if that large scale infrastructure in the form of large scale hydropower dams isn't incorporating the lessons that we've learned from other river basins around the world, like the Mekong, it essentially represents maladaptation and an investment that, whilst it might serve the poorer on some levels, in a country like the Gambia, where 40% of the protein comes from fish, how far is that taken into account? So I think there are real concerns around how some of the large-scale infrastructure compromises climate resilience and the ability of the poorest in our communities to meet both their food, water and energy needs. How are we guarding against this with this kind of seemingly innovative investment? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, GW Intelligence. Oh, that's you. Good.
Yeah, Guy, I really liked your thing on affordability, and I'm just thinking that, you know, if we could establish the standard of for what is cost in water service to be a holistic cost, i.e. including not just the direct financial cost, but the time cost and the health cost, that will mean that these services become affordable. You know, i.e. if you added in to your graph what the current health cost for the 10th centile is, that would show that what people are currently paying if they've got an informal source of water is actually higher than the cost with a sort of infrastructure delivered piece of source of water. And you could therefore justify investing in water networks for low-income communities, because if you don't include that the holistic cost, including health, time and cash, your graph is essentially saying poor people are never going to get water or get infrastructure delivered water. They're going to have to live to survive on informal water sources.
Thank you so much. IFD, Lionel.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you to all panel members. I have a question regarding the legal aspect of the right to water in the terms of affordability. Back in 2010, I was wondering whether the right to water was actually useful. In other words, does it actually accelerate the improvement of access to water? But nowadays, I have a different question. I am wondering whether we went far enough in terms of legal aspects, because if we take a look at the situation in Europe, for instance, we can see that the right to water is only applicable since 2017, so only 5 years back, when there was a local law regarding access to basic services. And if we take a look to France, for instance, it's even more recent. It's only been 3 years since there's a law which obliges the mayors to look at the people who might not have access to water, and also law which allows them to have a social tariff structure. It was forbidden before. So I am wondering, was it useful actually to have it at the UN level, or maybe shouldn't we have tried to have it in the national laws as well? Because we can see that in France, having it at international level was of no use actually. Maybe it supported the national law afterwards. I hope it was. I do think it helps. But should we have like an action for having that right in the national laws? And do you think it would improve the situation or not?
Thank you so much, Lionel. You know what? Since I already gave the floor, or allowed half of you who wanted to ask questions, maybe I hand over the floor to the fellow panelists, and I will not resist in making some comments, but I will try to be polite and wait and give them the floor first. I also circulated among the panelists some questions that we got from the online participants and asked them to please consider them as appropriate in their answers. Shall I start with you, Rukan? Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And thank you for these questions. So I will start with the question on what the public sector, philanthropic sector could play a role in this kind of initiative. There are a couple of ways, and as I've mentioned, what we've presented here is really a blended finance mechanism. And when we talk about blended finance, it really means that we use public capital, ODA, to allow private investors to come in at lower risk. So one way for the public sector to be able to support this initiative, and we've already structured it like that, is through the credit enhancement mechanism within the financing structure. We have integrated the partial credit guarantee that will allow investors to come in at a lower risk. And for that part, what we are trying to do as well within all our work is we are not just trying to work with DFIs, but we really try to bring in commercial, financial sector, private investors, institutional investors. For them to come in is really important to have these de-risking mechanisms. And we also try to work with private reinsurance companies to provide these de-risking mechanisms. So for them to get on board, what we do is, for example, we bring in someone like the EU. We have just received the confirmation from the European Fund for Sustainable Development that will provide the contribution which will be used as a first loss tranche. This allows for a reinsurance, for a commercial reinsurance company to come in to provide the rest of the partial credit guarantee first. And with that credit enhancement mechanism, private investors, and we've been talking to institutional big investors from the beginning to really make sure that what we bring to the market is ready for that. And what we hear from them is basically exactly, as long as something like this is risk adjusted, like with this kind of credit enhancement mechanism, we are really interested in that. And I think we need to use this momentum. What we see right now, especially in Europe, is really a huge trend towards sustainable finance. And this also, just to address your point you mentioned on what can development finance do, I would even go beyond that and say, what can commercial finance do? And I think we need to use the opportunity that there is an interest and there is a trend towards sustainable finance. The problem is connecting both worlds. When we talk to these institutional investors, they tell us the money is there. The money is actually not the problem. The mandate is there as well, because they have now more and more pressure from their own shareholders to do more impact investing, but they don't know how, they don't know where. So we need to present them initiatives and projects that they can invest in with instruments that they know that they can recognize. So that's what we are trying to do as well. I hope that answers your question, if not fully, partly at least. To the question on the dominance of energy, it's very valid, and I fully agree. But I think at the same time we need to accept the reality on the ground, because those projects were identified based on the priorities of the member states. What we've heard throughout the consultation is energy is the highest priority that they have, because a lot of other services depend so much. So they really need to focus on that. So we need to recognize that. What we can do though, and this is what we've integrated from the beginning, is that we ensure that each project is prepared starting from the pre-feasibility studies until the implementation, based on environmental and social impact studies. And in the structure, we have also created a technical assistance facility that will sit in the River Basin Organization. And the aim of this technical assistance facility is to prepare these projects exactly in that direction. So starting from the pre-feasibility studies, not just in terms of making them bankable and investment ready, but making sure that they address these risks, be it climate risks, social impact studies, etc. Because we fully agree this is important, not just from an impact point of view, but this is also important from a de-risking point of view. And that's why it's an integral part in the structure itself from the beginning. I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe
we don't have much time. We have 15 minutes. Can you continue off?
Yes,
in the break? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be impolite, but there are so many people who ask for the floor. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make couple of points, quick points. One is that if you are a city downstream and your water comes from that tropical jungle or indigenous forest or comes from the mountain, it is important to place a value on the people who live on that mountain, in that forest, and value that as those people who are the custodians and the stewards. The problem we have is that globally, as a human population, we don't see the value of the people who are the custodians. So placing a value means whatever we do, we always pretend like we are making those people a favor when we invest in that. Investing on the stewards of the water in those mountains, in those forests, has got to be something that we say we acknowledge the important role that those stewards and the custodians are playing. If we realize that and we understand that the importance of the stewards of these water resources, of these indigenous people, then we are not going to have a problem. It will be very easy for us to see the need to invest there for them to be able to. And I think the second point I want to make is for us to learn to listen to those indigenous people. They will tell us how they want things done for us to be able to continue to get what we are getting from there. Listening, God gave us one mouth and 2 ears. If we listen in that proportion, we go there with the intention to listen, engage and listen and hear those indigenous people out. I'm putting it in that general manner because I'm not mandated here to speak on the behalf of all indigenous people, but I'm here and I'm speaking on behalf of indigenous people. And I think the challenge we have is that we go with the mindset and the attitude that says, we know it all, we know what you need. So therefore, this is what you need, without listening and listening honestly, listening to learn. And I would like to urge, and there's a lot I can say about that, but in the interest of time, I'd like to stop there. Listen and listen and listen to learn. And in that way, we'll be able to find the solution to the challenges we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Sinegugu. Siddharth and then Guy.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina. So the two questions that came online, what is the success rate of our investment? And what is the approximate default rate of investments when dealing with individual households? So to make it clear, we don't do investments directly. We are a non-profit organization, but we have created an investment management company that's regulated, so we cannot share the investment success rate or yield of their investments. But what I can say is that on risk adjusted return basis, they are successful. They have a healthy track record of investments, water equity, and have been through lots of ups and downs in the market recently, and have provided competitive returns to the investors. On the default rate of investments when dealing with individual households, it's been at par with regular microcredit finance, around 98% before COVID, and during the pandemic, it went down. So, and our financial institution partners, just to add, follow client protection principles. So it's all, complying with best practices. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. See, that's got it.
Okay, thank you for the questions. We had a couple of questions online. The first, have you looked at using perceptions as a means of measuring affordability, such as the Water Insecurity Index by Northwestern University? So we did review all the options, and it was there as number one, is like what people say. So there are not only willingness to pay surveys done by market firms or researchers, there's also some questionnaires like the Core Welfare Survey done in many countries has a question about, do you find water affordable? And certainly that can be included. I don't think it should be the only measure that you take when you're assessing, because it's very subjective. Someone who's rich has the option to say, yes, it's unaffordable. So it's got to be used carefully. The second question online says, you say water affordability is a political issue. What can be done at the UN 2023 Water Conference to get politicians on side? I think that affordability needs to be discussed within the context of overall financing strategies, and discussing where the finance is going to come from and how much will fall on the water user, and how and if water users can be distinguished according to their type: commercial users, agricultural users, households and poor households. And so what kind of price discrimination is possible when you implement sort of solutions? So we're talking a lot about private capital coming to save the sector. So if that's the case, we've got to have very good guidance on how to set up affordable tariff structure that leads to a utility being financially bankable. So there are a couple of questions from the floor. I'll be very quick. The report in 2011, I feel we should answer that one. So the report in 2012, in fact, was prepared in the post-2015 process so that affordability would get into the targets, and it did get into the target. But then who picked it up to sort of move it forward and say, okay, how are we going to measure it? We didn't pick it up for a couple of years. This report is the result of it. And that's partly because in the 2017 JMP report, we were not happy with the data that was coming from the surveys showing proportion of household spending on wash. It's an inadequate indicator and doesn't tell us what we need to know. So that's why we needed to dig into all the other ways of measuring it. And unfortunately, there's no organization who is pushing it, no organization who's funding it. JMP doesn't have the core resources to do it because it needs quite a significant additional sort of funding to achieve global monitoring of affordability. So that was today's pitch is for that. And then the cost of finance, I think the data were not very strong. So if you include financing cost in that graph, it would push it upwards, of course. It had the assumption of public investment, of sort of zero cost finance. And then finally, does cost include health costs? We're looking at the costs of providing the service. So health costs comes as a sort of consequence of not having the service. And that is covered in a whole lot of other analyses published by WHO, World Bank, and UNICEF on cost benefit analysis, and one initiative called the Economics of Sanitation, which really generated those numbers for over 50 countries on what are the health costs of not having improved wash services. So it is there. I think we've got to bring all these issues into the conversation and continue crunching the numbers, because the numbers do change over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guy. I would like to take 1 minute to say 4 things. Regarding what you said, Lionel, I think that your impatience is fantastic. The UN resolution applies everywhere, right? And it gives, in some countries, the fact that there is the UN resolution and the covenant already allows people to go to court if they want. In other countries, it's not the case. You need to have it in a national law. But for example, at SWA, we did an analysis in 26 African countries, or 25, Sitali? 25, and in 12 of them, the rights to water and sanitation are explicitly recognized in constitutions or in legislation. I do believe that, and I think that the change in the French law, or even the European law, etc., it didn't happen by accident, or the way the SDGs are drafted, right, Guy? SDG 6, it wasn't by accident. They were infiltrated and influenced by the fact that the rights were recognized. But I agree with you, much more needs to be done. I could not agree more. On what Catarina Fonseca said, of course, it was very inspiring, and we agree. One of the things that we started doing at SWA was to give civil society organizations catalytic grants, precisely to allow them to have a bit of oxygen and to enter into platforms, dialogues, etc., and open up spaces for civic engagement, right? Not only always easy. Regarding what Manfella said, I had never thought of it. And I know that such mechanisms exist in some countries, but it is true. I've never heard of lawyers without borders. Maybe we could join up forces. Even though I agree with a lady from the University of Tokyo, of course, the best thing is to avoid having to go to court. Fully agree. It should be, and it is, a measure of last resort. But in those cases where, as you are faced with this enormous problem, of course, you need to be able to afford access to justice. And on what you said, Guy, I think this would be a great commitment under the water action agenda. And maybe there is a nice country here, a nice government here that could commit, right, to supporting a mechanism, a global mechanism for monitoring of affordability, not only of water, but also of sanitation and hygiene. You provoke, I provoke. Good. PSI, please, David.
Thank you, Katarina. It's a pleasure to be in the room with you as always. But I've got to admit, I feel sort of like our healthcare workers who during COVID were applauded as heroes. Sorry, I'm with the Global Trade Union Federation, representing millions of public service workers in 150 countries. But our healthcare workers during COVID were applauded as heroes. But once the dust settled, no improvements in terms, in conditions, in staffing levels. In fact, the IMF continues to insist that countries reduce wages of public health workers. I see parallels to our sisters and brothers in the indigenous community. We clap, we applaud, we say great things, and then we move on. The other, Katarina, I think supporting popular groups is great, but how many countries are actively suppressing these groups and their voices? It is becoming more and more dangerous to speak out, including for the trade unions. Katarina, the first one, on the question of enforcing obligations of MNCs, that's come up yesterday and today. I think it's clear that voluntary measures don't work, whether the OECD guidelines, the CEO water mandate, the Ruggie principles, and even the UN climate accords, they don't work. Due diligence mechanisms, we're working with France, we're working with the EU. They may have teeth, but those teeth are filed down by the corporate lobbies and the governments that are doing their work. So the issue is the corporate lobby, which is even in the UN. And we've got to deal with that. And we need binding tools to deal with the corporations. The binding treaty, I don't know if it's going to make it out of conference. And Katarina, as a human rights lawyer, you probably know that investor rights always trump human rights. The way the system is set up now, it's the investors trump the human. Coming to utilities, let me just say the best performing public utilities can make profits, as we know, but they aren't focused on profit maximization, nor are they focused on exporting these profits, but to reinvest them in O&M, service extension, and further improvements. And they will spend up to 50% of their budgets acquiring goods and services from the private sector. We are concerned with private equity players and a whole range of financiers coming into public services, as these financiers specialize in maximum profit extraction. The case of Thames Water in the UK needs to be looked at. So how do we bridge the priorities of the private sector, profit maximization, and capital extraction with local priorities to meet the needs of people and planet? And finally, a question I keep asking in the water movement: why don't we talk about real, meaningful tax reform? Not the OECD BEPS, but a real global UN tax initiative to access these mountains of private capital that we're running around trying to get with guarantees and subsidies, or about debt relief to heavily indebted countries. Thank you very much, and apologies for being here.
No, thank you so much, David. I ask you all because we have 2 minutes left. You want to ask questions, that you want to hear from the panelists. The French gentleman.
Thank you. So the French gentleman is named Pierre. I work for Acteon, which is a research and consultancy, but that's fine, very fine. Let's say I was slightly puzzled with the session at the beginning, whether we were talking about water equity or the equity of water. So I feel we could have named the session social challenges, because we touch many, many more social issues in the discussions here. And from our side, and it's something we see in Europe today in freshwater, marine water policies, we see that social issues that were a bit forgotten are coming in front of the discussions. So one of the questions, first question is, how do we make sure that to have a good discussion on social issues, we bring the water communities and the people working on social policies together, let's say in the same room? If you look at the EU taxonomy, we had a reference this morning in one roundtable discussions. You look at the taxonomy, it's very much a ecological focus, sustainability entry. Social sustainability is hardly there. We talk about natural capital accounting. What about social capital accounting? We talk about risk quite a few times, like climate risk, private risk, economic risk. What about social risk? Do we really give space for these issues? And then as a second question is, but many of these issues that we discussed since yesterday, accountability, transparency, equity, indigenous people, are much beyond just the water discussions. So the question is, what do we address globally? And what is then left for the water community to be addressed with the specific tools, mechanisms that we have in our hands? And I think it will be nice, maybe, that this global commission on the economics of water give it in its name a bit of social perspective also, because I think it might be more useful for New York and addressing SDGs.
Thank you so much, Pierre. It's 12:30. If I was a good chair or moderator, I would have closed the session now. But look, I am not. So I'm giving the floor to the Water Use Network. Who was that?
Right.
Yes, please.
Yes, very brief. I think the question is to Guy. I think you very rightly said that governments often forget affordable sanitation and hygiene. And this was very clear during COVID. But now that the dust has settled, after we're in the after times of COVID, how did you see that change? I mean, what does that mean for affordability for households? And the other follow-up question is, are our financial mechanisms really, how equipped are our financial mechanisms to absorb these shocks? Because these are serious health hazards and the demand for water just during COVID really increased. Or are we really equipped, or what is it that we need to do?
Thank you so much. The gentleman from the World Bank.
Thank you. I'll be brief. This is a question to Guy, and Guy, good seeing you after many years. You touched on 6.1, 6.2, and that's an important agenda. And I think, we should all focus on that. But water is also used for agriculture, for irrigation, for industries, for hydropower, etc. And I think, a bulk of the water use is there. 70, 80% of the water is used in these other sectors. So my question is really around the economics of this other water, and how do you think of managing it well? How can we have financing for that, clarified, and it'll be a combination of public and private, because the cost of inaction in that area can also affect the sector very, very much. So we have to think broadly, and I was just interested in your thoughts on that.
Thank you so much. There was somebody, you are from the African Development Bank, correct?
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much for this brilliant and insightful panel. My question is to Rugan Manaz. Thank you very much for sharing this great initiative on blue peace financing. As it is about SPV investment, my question will be on revenue cash flows. How do you ensure those cash flows? How do they risk those cash flows? Who are the clients? I mean, it would be great to have more insights on that. And yes, definitely there seems to be value creation. But again, how do you capture this value? And my last question will be on the exit. How do you anticipate the exit of the investors? Many countries are involved or may be involved regarding the example of the river basin organizations. So the exit of the investors can be an issue. So it would be great to have your insight on that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At last but not least, the Bluefield Research. I don't know where you are.
Hi, that's me here. Can you hear me okay?
No, I don't see you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. I have a question for Rukan and for Guy. First for Rukan, I think it looks like, a lot is hinging on the capacity building of OMVG to make this work. So could you talk a little bit about what are some key elements of that, whether it's organizational or technical? And then for Guy, my question was that a lot of public utilities get into a sort of vicious circle in which they are not investing enough. The quality of their service and the water itself is low, which means that customers are not paying, which means that they can't charge much for it. So they get stuck in this trap of not being able to get cost recovery. So I'm wondering, do you think recalibrating affordability around tariffs is a way out of that trap, or do a lot of other things need to move in tandem?
Thank you so much. I will hand over to the panel, and I think that I give you 5 minutes, so 1 minute per person. Yes, exactly. Do you want to start?
Yes, sure. So first question on the revenue cash flows. The way it will work is, first of all, the SPV will be the asset management agency at the same time, and it will be owned by the OMVG, but it will be a separate entity who will manage the projects and who will do agreements, so offtake agreements with utilities who are going to implement the specific projects. And the SPV will be then able to collect the revenues and basically make sure that it's paid back to the investors. And of course, based on the projects that we have identified for each project, we are making calculations based on specific models on what we can expect in terms of cash revenue, what is the maturity of each project, which is of course also important for the investors, which brings us to the second question. So we are talking about the portfolio investment, right? And the overall maturity we have here is up to 12 years because we have big long-term projects, and therefore we are targeting investors who are interested in long-term investments. So once the principal and the interest rate is paid back, that will be the end of the engagement for the investors. What is also important for them is throughout the process is of course the default risk. How can we assure that? And this is why the partial credit guarantee is so important. So I hope that answers your question. To come to the second question on the capacity building. So we have 4 specific elements to ensure the capacity building. So we work on multiple levels. First of all, we have hired an engineering consultant who is working closely with the OMVG to develop the master plan. With the specific projects, with specific modeling in terms of hydrologic modeling as well. That's one element. The second is we are also working with another consultant who is developing a technical assistance program that will work on the institutional level. So how can we transform the institution of the OMVG to make it fit to actually manage these funds, to work with the SPV, to be able to manage the projects and to really build up a long-term capacity in terms of what it means to collect these revenues, to pay back investors, etc. So that's the second element. The third one, the whole process is also accompanied with a legal and institutional review. So we are looking into what is the existing legal framework and is it fit for what we are trying to do, or are there adjustments required? And if so, how can we adjust it in cooperation with the member states? And the fourth element is the technical assistance facility that I had mentioned. And this is where also the blended finance aspect comes in, because this is going to be ensured through grant money, and it will sit in the OMVG to make sure that they can really properly prepare these projects. Because the portfolio that I've showed you is just a small extraction. There is a huge pipeline of many more projects. So to make sure that can actually continue with this mechanism, that they can benefit from the capacity building in the long run, we have this technical assistance facility that is specifically addressing the preparation of the projects up to investment readiness. I'll stop there.
Your minute was very generous. Good. Sine Google, 1 minute to you.
I'll try and stick to 1 minute. I think one thing I'd like to say is that often when we talk about the SDGs, right now we're talking about SDG 6, often a lot, even in terms of climate change adaptation, we talk about the value of the indigenous knowledge systems and the way indigenous people live. But one thing that we don't often talk about is the fact that indigenous people everywhere are under pressure with the modernization, civilization, with the westernization, that they are losing lots of their knowledge and those systems that are very useful. Even whether you look at food systems, but their way of doing things, their culture is under pressure due to Christianity, the Western education system and all of that. And there is no funding to help indigenous people to sit down with their children and establish indigenous schooling system that is able to document and to keep this knowledge, which is the knowledge about sustainability of the environment. And I think it's one area that I would like to put out there as a challenge to say, how do we finance that in order for us, in order to be able to achieve all of these SDGs and to rescue and to protect those working knowledge systems. So that is always a knowledge gap. Each and every time we write funding proposals to say we want to establish this indigenous schooling system where we get the young people to sit with the elders, we don't. We always get no funding for those kind of things. And it's so critical and so central to everything about what we do in indigenous territories. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See that?
So what's the question?
Oh, there were, I don't know.
No, I don't think I had any
Oh,
specific
no,
questions.
and you don't want,
Yeah.
you don't have comments.
Yeah,
Okay,
only
thank you
online
so much.
questions,
Okay, perfect. That's very kind. Guy.
Okay, so a few questions, but very briefly. So what to do sort of in recovery from the pandemic? I think that this has given us a pause for thought. I think we've still got to advocate for more funds for sanitation and hygiene, but we need to better disperse existing funds because a lot of governments and donors don't disperse their budgets on time. And better distribution, as I sort of argued before, better distribution of public subsidies to those who need them the most, and reconsider, what can be better delivered by the market compared to, government service. We can increase the efficiency of service delivery through really looking at all the options. And then on the economics of managing water, I mean, a lot of my work to DIPTO has been around WASH. I don't really have a very clear answer on that, other than valuing water and making sure that gets carried through into decision making around water allocation, and increasingly thinking holistically. So in the WASH community, we're talking a lot more about climate resilience and considering the water resource. So making, breaking down those boundaries that have existed before between different subsectors. And of course, I think wastewater is really key in that, and sort of links the various SDGs, SDG targets in SDG 6. The vicious circle of public utilities, I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg, but I don't think you can increase tariffs until you're providing a better service. So there's got to be utility reform, efficiency measures in order to justify any kind of tariff adjustment. And so that's very key. We know how to do it. It's I think we just need to build the capacity and provide the technical support where it's most needed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Thank you so much to you here in the room for the exciting exchange and the questions and etc. Also for those of you who were online. And I do think that 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and I'm looking at you, Lionel, we wouldn't have had this conversation. We wouldn't have had a conversation hosted by the OECD discussing the financing of water, where social justice would have been so much at the center. I mean, the human rights to water and sanitation would have been so much at the center. Am I wrong? I think that I might not be wrong. So I'm very happy about the discussions we had. I look forward to continuing them and prioritizing all the issues that we were discussing today of social justice when we discussed water, sanitation, and hygiene. And since we were talking also about the conference in March, well, this is another important occasion and an important moment for putting social justice at the center and issues of affordability at the center of deliberations, discussions, but also commitments. And having said this, I think Xavier wants to talk about another very important human right, the human right to food. I heard.
Thank you, Katarina. I think we should give you a round of applause. Thank you, Katarina and the panelists. Great session, a lot of food for thought. And talking about food. For those who were not here yesterday, lunch is served, well, you have to get it, on the top floor in the cafeteria of the WMO with a beautiful view. I really encourage you to come back, not on time, early, because at 2 p.m. we have a very special session with Ngozi. So Director General of WTO, and Marina Mazzucato will be online. My sense is that they start on time, they close on time, and it would be, rude if they came at 2 in an empty room. So I really, please beg you to be here 5 minutes, 10 minutes before 2, so that we can really start on time with a keynote from Ngozi, who is usually very inspiring. So that will set the scene for a very inspiring session this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch and see you back 10 minutes before 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll even take my mask off if you listen. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to open session 4, which is around financing and whether we're financing water appropriately or at all. We have a very interesting program. We're going to have 2 keynote speakers first and then a panel to discuss this important issue. I know that Ngozi is time constrained, so I'm not going to make some of the comments I was going to make, except to say that I've been in this space of financing water for 2 decades now, and I don't think we've done a good job of it. So the question becomes, hi Naoko, the question becomes, what have we done not so well and what do we do differently? I have great pleasure in introducing Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the WTO and co-chair of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, for her keynote address. Beside all those things, she's also a good friend from my time at the World Bank. Please, Ngozi, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Oshan. It's really delightful to see so many friends and so many familiar faces around the table. So I must say excellencies, because some of you are excellencies. And ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, what I'd really like to do is make 5 points on the economics and finance of water. Osha says I have to make earth-shattering points, but I can assure you none of it is earth-shattering. But hopefully it will make sense. I want to acknowledge the water members of the Commission on Water who are here, and also my co-chairs, Tarman and Mariana, who is with us by Zoom. So the first point I'd like to make is, of course, water is an urgent policy issue that is fundamental to sustainable development and human well-being. But water dynamics and the economics of water are complex, with multiple dimensions and policy goals. This reality has long stymied efforts to deliver a transformed water future, including new commitment of funding for water infrastructure. Our policy approach must respect this complexity. We must remember the lesson of the Nobel Prize-winning Dutch economist, Jan Tinbergen, who made clear that an issue with multiple aspects and thus multiple policy targets will require multiple policy instruments. Water has long been assumed to be provided by nature and available to all for free. But we now know that water access cannot be taken for granted. Scarcity is ever more present, and climate change threatens to produce both more droughts, but also in other places and other times more floods. In many contexts, water presents a local resource management challenge because some places are water abundant while others face persistent water scarcity. The policy framework needs to be tailored to diverse local circumstances. At the same time, water is a critical element of the global commons, requiring carefully structured global governance. Water policy, economics, and finance must also be framed by the fact that water is a public good, requiring government investment to ensure optimal availability. Whether we say public good or common good is something that I'm sure Mariana will have more to talk about. Water policy, economics, and finance is complex, as I said. And adding to this complexity, recent science has demonstrated that beyond the conventional focus on blue water, the lakes, rivers, and streams that we can see, and the liquid water in aquifers below ground, we must also pay attention to less visible green water flows, including soil moisture, water vapor evaporation and transpiration, and the atmospheric rivers that are now being recognized and mapped. This emerging science makes it clear that water must be managed as a global public good. The new science of water being developed by people such as another fellow co-chair of the Global Commission, Johan Rockström, requires in parallel a new economics of water and new policy strategies that reflect and respond to the complexity of water as a critical natural resource that is fundamental to all life. I very much hope that the preliminary report of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, to be released in March at the UN Water Conference in New York, will launch a conversation about the elements of this new economics of water and the policy framework and finance strategies that must follow from it. As the Commission works on its final report over the coming year, I'm eager that we push forward the frontiers on a new economics of water that will inspire redoubled policy commitments and water infrastructure investments around the world. The second point I'd like to make is go back to what I said, that we need a new economics of water to promote efficient use of water and encourage investment in water infrastructure. But let me be clear, emphasis on incentives to promote water conservation and care in the management of water resources need not be, and indeed must not be seen as in tension with a fundamental commitment to equity and water access for all. To the contrary, efficient water use is what makes greater water access possible. To optimize water conservation and minimize water waste, we need policy tools that incentivize everyone to use water wisely. Simply put, water leakage or inefficiency is not in anyone's interest, least of all the interest of poor people who inevitably bear the greatest burden in circumstances of water shortage. In some settings, such as industrial or agricultural water use, we will need to develop more refined price signals to promote efficiency. World Bank studies clearly show, for instance, that farmers in many nations pay too little for irrigation water, dulling their focus on efficient water use. Right alongside our use of economic incentives to promote efficiency, we must develop a separate set of policy tools to promote water access for all. Indeed, our new economics of water must be guided by fundamental commitment to water equity. In this regard, we need a water safety net that guarantees every person on the planet access to the water required to meet basic needs. In sum, I very much hope that the Global Commission report will provide a compelling analytical framework that highlights the importance of incentives for more careful water use and expanded investment in water infrastructure that translates into broader water access and the capacity to meet the water-related sustainable development goals and water justice requirements. My third point, alongside the new economics of water and creative financing strategies, we need to invest in better water data. Providing an analytic framework that is methodologically rigorous and consistently tracked across countries, allowing us to spot critical problems, track trends, measure policy progress, drive efficiency, ensure equity and water access, identify best management practices, call out lagging performance, and optimize the impact of every new increment of water finance we can master. As I've noted, part of the water policy and finance challenge comes from its multiple dimensions, but adding to this complexity is the diversity of community circumstances and the urgency of addressing the wide-ranging needs of people across the world. All of this requires data and an analytic foundation on which to build cutting-edge policies that break free of the failed efforts of the past, sharpen incentives for action, and spur investment. In a spirit of emphasizing the value of rigorous data and clarity on the scope and range of today's water challenges, I want to emphasize a few critical data points with which most or all of you in this room will be familiar. Nearly 2.3 billion people live in water-stressed countries, out of which about 733 million live in critically water-stressed countries, according to a 2021 UN SDG 6 report. 26% of the world's population lacks safely managed drinking water services, and 29% of the world's population do not have a basic hand washing facility in their homes, making clear the need for further water infrastructure investments. Climate change will add further stress on water resources. Warmer surface temperatures will increase the risks of violent storms and thus floods and droughts, leading to more high-impact wildfires. Climate change also appears likely to diminish groundwater reservoirs, which contain about 30% of the world's fresh water. So water investments are a critical element of resilience strategies and national adaptation plans. Although I'm rattling off a series of these figures about water needs and the human toll that arises from inadequate investment in water infrastructure, we must also recognize that our existing water databases are not adequate. So as we push for new commitments to water finance, we must in parallel commit to better data foundations for water policy and investment decisions. My fourth point, the new economics of water must also provide incentives to change behavior in other domains that affect water availability. Water resources can be dramatically affected by the policies pursued and decisions taken beyond the traditional boundaries of water management. Agricultural policy, land use practices, water rights, and land tenure law, manufacturing processes, power generation options, and economic development strategies must all be addressed to optimize water use and ensure availability for all, thus expanding the target zone that our new economics of water must reach. Most critically, we must recognize that water infrastructure can be very expensive to build and maintain, and it is of a nature like other infrastructure, that it cannot be moved in the event of any political or governance disagreements or changes. So it's a risk for those who might make water investments. This business reality means that private capital and market forces cannot be completely relied upon to deliver an optimal build-out of water infrastructure. Government investment in water projects will in most cases be required, supplemented by creative finance strategies, including blue bonds, green banks, and other structures of blended finance that encourage private capital to invest alongside public funds. Hybrid project structures that permit private sector project management of publicly funded infrastructure have already proven their value in many places. Such public-private partnerships, sometimes referred to as affirmage, need to be expanded and tailored to local circumstances around the world. My fifth and final point. Coming as I do from the WTO, I want to make one last point. Alongside the potential for a new economics of water to promote more efficient and equitable water management, the WTO and the multilateral trading system can help to raise awareness and address market distortions that might lead to suboptimal water outcomes. Subsidies may distort, for example, a farmer's decision about what crops to grow, leading to rice cultivation in the desert or other choices that are just not economically efficient. Not only that, but they're also damaging to efforts to move the world towards a more sustainable future. The WTO's rules and structures provide a tool for highlighting market distorting subsidies, sharpening the focus on the requirements for sustainable agricultural practices, and creating incentives for sustainability business models more generally, thus nudging national policies and farmer choices away from growing high water intensity crops in low rainfall areas or other practices that lead to misallocation of scarce water resources. In this regard, I would like to flag the WTO's work on agriculture, a sector which accounts for 70 to 80% of global water use. Harmful agricultural subsidies can distort markets, drive overproduction and overconsumption of water-intensive products, and incentivize unsustainable production in water-scarce regions. This is why it's imperative we are urging WTO members to deliver on the decades-old agricultural negotiations that they have been embarked on, so it can help create proper incentives to manage the world's scarce resources, including water. Now, let me further note that negotiations underway at the WTO on a new investment facilitation agreement, which will help create a more transparent, efficient, and investment-friendly marketplace for traded goods, will benefit potential investors in the water sector. Trade also helps to encourage fresh thinking and spur innovation, thus bringing new sustainability tools to bear, including digital technologies and other clean tech solutions. These breakthroughs can help us to extend the reach and protect the quality of our limited water supplies, ensuring that investments in water infrastructure deliver maximum returns, measured both economically and in terms of human progress. Finally, trade promotes dissemination at speed and scale of the best production practices, new technologies, and innovations more broadly. Trade policy and the WTO are thus positioned to be an important point of leverage for investment in and action on the water-related SDGs, as well as climate change. In conclusion, let me say what you all know: water is life. It's our most basic and essential natural resource, fundamental to every living thing on our planet. Climate change, unsustainable agriculture, industrial emissions, and other sources of pollution are all affecting water quality and quantity, making our work to reshape the economic principles, policy frameworks, and financing options around water all the more critical. We know at the WTO that it can be difficult to get disparate parties with different interests to agree, even when the need for action and commitment is clear. I do not therefore underestimate the challenge of galvanizing a new global push on water finance. Indeed, getting consensus on the path forward on water may be even more difficult than getting parties to agree in the trade arena. But and that's saying something. But the WTO has had recent success on a number of issues, and I'm eager to share with the water finance community our learning from these experiences. I just want to offer a huge thanks to all of you here who are committed to advancing the water agenda. Please let me conclude with a small reminder. Work on water issues, including water economics and finance, must always remain focused on people and how we can advance their capacity to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ngozi. You did make earth-shattering remarks, if I may say. Just to pick up on a few before turning to Mariana. Hi, Mariana, I see you there on the screen. You said policy should respect the complexity that the water sector represents, and I think that's right. Indeed, I'll add to that to say even finance should reflect that complexity. And I think that's one of the things we didn't do in the history of water finance. You also said it should respect local as well as global aspects and dimensions of water. And you said that the global dimension of water is newer, but it is a reality. And the new economics of water is something that is looking at that reality of making water more of a global public good instead of just a small local resource. And finally, you said, which I picked up, you need better water data and analytics to do many things for investments, for infrastructure development, for people-centered, water access and so on and so forth. And these are the three very important points I picked up, which are going to be important as we go through the session on how does the new finance of water look, or how should it look, and the new economics. So on that note, Mariana, hi, how are you? Turning over to you, if I may introduce Mariana Matsukato, Founding Director of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, and also co-chair alongside Ngozi and Tarman over there and Johan of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. So Mariana, over to you. Can everybody see the, okay. You're on. Hold on, you're muted, I believe. Or we think.
Now they've unmuted me. Good. Can you hear me now? Great. Okay. So just to say, huge honor to be here, especially to follow Ngozi, who, as you said, is a co-chair. I think I saw Tarman in the room when I could see the room from a bit far away. And of course, Johan Rockstrom, our fourth co-chair. As Ngozi said, we really must make sure that the work of this Council on the Economics of Water as a Common Good has the effect it must have, because of what you said, Usha, in the beginning, which is that there's been no lack of people talking about this problem. We just haven't seen it lead into the action and the urgent action that we need across all of society. And that's really where I want to start off. I want to talk about why perhaps the inertia in this area, but also in some other areas, has been because we haven't treated it, A, with urgency, and two, with a really clear investment in innovation trajectory, roadmap, and design of public-private partnerships that we seem to only do when it's too late. With COVID-19, we saw a lot of what I call mission-oriented action, but that was only after we had millions of people dying all across the world. We have mission-oriented and common kind of purpose policies also, of course, with wars. Money gets created out of thin air, and we design public-private partnerships in an outcomes-oriented way. For the military-industrial complex, we have been much, much worse at doing this for our social and societal challenges. So I'm very interested in sort of helping us reframe the problem with urgency, but also the seriousness at the design level of how we actually put a common purpose, a common problem at the center of an industrial strategy, a global innovation policy, global and collective procurement policies, and really foster that cross-sectoral and cross-departmental way of thinking. Because of course, water, cannot be solved by ministries that deal with water. Water as a common problem, as a global common problem, requires collective action in all three dimensions. So global action, interdepartmental, interministerial interaction, and intersectoral interaction. There's no one sector that's going to solve this problem. And I think the wake-up call with COVID is huge. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if we have woken up, but if we think of all the kind of local, regional, national, and global action around COVID-19, all the different things that had to happen, from the test and trace systems, from the vaccine rollout, to delivery of personal protection equipment to frontline workers, this was a problem that we, first of all, woke up to a bit too late, but also once we had it, we delivered a lot of things, but it didn't actually solve the problem. And the most obvious way that we can talk about it is how Dr. Tedros, the head of the World Health Organization, talks about it, which is, he talks about vaccine apartheid. So the mission was not just to get a bunch of vaccines. We have now, I think, 8 or 9 vaccines. The mission was to vaccinate the world, and we failed miserably on that. And why did we fail miserably? The design of the tools on the ground, including intellectual property rights, including the ability of localities around the world to produce the vaccine and not to have to overly rely on a donor mentality. These are parts of the problem that have also been parts of the problem around health innovation, even pre-COVID. But the wake-up moment is simply to say it's not enough to talk about partnership. It's not enough to put money into the system. It's not enough to design, to think about the problems together. It really requires that care of then designing the system to foster true collective investment, true collective collaboration, but really also geared towards an actual outcome of what we're trying to do. And with COVID, it was to vaccinate the world. And I repeat, we failed. And I don't think also that we're more prepared for the next pandemic that's coming our way. So what does it mean to really design collective intelligence, collaboration, collective investment and innovation around a system? For me, we have to absolutely build on the work of our colleague who I want to mention. She just passed away, Ingi Kohl. She is, because her work will remain, a global leader in really thinking about what it means to look at problems, whether it's water, whether it's around different issues around health and climate, as a global public good. And her work did us wonders in really helping us advance public goods outside of just a nationalistic, within our borders way of thinking. She brought that global dimension to it, thinking about climate as a natural global commons, scientific knowledge as man-made global commons, peace, financial stability as global policy outcomes that we need to be going after. And the policy recommendations that came from her work were incredibly important in helping us design global organizations around creation of international laws which address the global nature of public goods, the promotion of participation of civil society at the global level. So it's not just kind of a top-down approach, and giving people and governments the necessary incentives to take action for the provision of global public goods. And what we're trying to do in the council is also to extend that work, to build on her absolutely fundamental work, to say that actually the common good, not just public goods, is something that can complement this work by being very clear that we're not going to solve the problems that we have, which Ngozi already did a very good job in outlining them for water, by thinking of it as just filling the gap, a bit more finance here, a bit more finance there, and the kind of market fixing approach. We need something much bolder, which we talk about in terms of market shaping. And for that, we need to be very clear that we need to, first of all, really, collectively think about what are these shared objectives? What does it mean to design, as I already said, that collective interaction and embed within the design of those investments, the collective? So think of, for example, sharing knowledge as something that needs to be designed. Think of the global common good also in terms of shared resources that need to ultimately help sustain healthy well-being of people and planet. And this issue of access and equity and justice that's to be available and accessible for all. Sorry, why is this no longer moving? And what I want to do quite quickly in my remaining, 7 minutes, is just to sort of give an example in the concreteness of what this means in terms of what a common good market shaping approach would mean in terms of how we design innovation and industrial strategy, how we think not just about the quantity of finance, but the direction and the quality of finance, what it means in terms of not seeing intellectual property just in terms of rights, but really in terms of contracts between public and private actors sharing knowledge, what it means for the outcomes orientation that we need of tools like procurement, but also along the way, how do we know that we're actually achieving as much of this kind of innovation and cross-sectoral investment that we need in terms of really being able to evaluate the dynamic spillover. So it's not just kind of an input, output, one goal, but really stimulating what I know Tarman has already talked about, but those great opportunities that we have across so many different parts of our economy where the sum of the parts has to be greater, what's the expression? Greater than the sum of the parts. And for this idea that, why is it that we only think about missions when we're at war? What does it mean to truly have an inspiring goal that can catalyze as much intersectoral investment in the same way that the moon landing required investment, not just in aerospace, but in nutrition, materials, electronics, and software? How can we really also bring and recognize that water and all the different water problems that we have today underlie all of the SDGs. This isn't just about SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, or SDG 14, life below water. But if you just look across the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, there's none of them actually that would not have a water aspect, a water dynamism embedded within it. So starting with the SDGs and turning them into very clear missions that require that cross-sectoral collaboration and cross-departmental collaboration, I think is something that can really help us advance forward with the urgency, Usha, that you were saying we don't have. When I wrote a report for the European Commission on how the Commission itself could benefit from this mission-oriented approach, I talked about these 5 criteria that need to be embedded in a missions approach. We need to begin with bold, inspirational missions that actually mean something to society, that they understand, that can catalyze new forms of collaborations that don't already exist, but can also really be kind of a North Star that people recognize. A clear direction, so we don't blah, 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 as Greta Thunberg says we do with the planet, with climate change, where we can actually answer yes or no, did we achieve it? We need to be ambitious but realistic with underlying capacity, but really help kind of foster new research, new innovation, while really galvanizing the existing capacity we have. And the most important thing, I always come back to this cross-sectoral, cross-actor. It's public and private, and no one sector should be left behind. And the design of the policy tools really ultimately need to help us galvanize as much bottom-up experimentation as possible in the business community towards these goals. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Just focusing for a minute here on SDG 6, if we think of a mission in terms of ensuring access to clean water and sanitation for all, think of all the different sectors. If we think of it as a cross-sectoral industrial strategy that would be involved, from materials and manufacturing, energy, transport and trade, the environment, education, healthcare, nutrition. And the idea about all those little bubbles on the bottom is that this isn't going to happen on its own. I was so interested that with the moon landing, the first thing they had to do was change how they did procurement to be away from a static cost plus model towards a fixed price, kind of like a challenge-oriented, prize-oriented scheme with incentives for innovation and quality improvement. And that's how they actually then galvanized so many different sectors to get involved, and how we ended up with all these spillovers along the way, like camera phones, foil blankets, baby formula, software, and so on. And I heard Tarman's speech from yesterday. He talked about high potential innovation opportunities around investing in holistic storage systems, reducing leakages in water delivery systems, making agriculture more water efficient, innovation around recycling industrial wastewater, and lowering the pressure on water, of course, through a low carbon economy. These are all really important low hanging fruit, but it's not going to happen unless we actually design our policies at all those different levels, global, national, and local, to really foster that bottom-up experimentation towards that. And the reason I keep saying design, design, design is that unless we actually embed within the tools that we have, think of loans and development banks, think of grants, even bailout schemes during the next pandemic, to actually have these goals at the center, it's really hard actually then to make sure that we are, going in a common direction. So what does it mean for reorienting investment, directing innovation, and really fostering that collaboration? Quickly, just some words on this. I already mentioned, I have a problem with talking about intellectual property as rights. These are contracts that truly can be shaped to deliver the outcomes we want if we really make sure that we embed common good principles in those contracts, balancing private incentives and public value, creating symbiotic partnerships, socializing risks and rewards, and making sure that the benefits of innovation are actually accessible for all. We know that often patents are too wide, they're too strong, hard to license, and too upstream in the innovation process. That's not a good governance of the contracts that really are embedded in those public-private relationships. Redirecting finance is quite important because otherwise we always see it as a financing gap. There's plenty of finance out there. Sometimes it's not the right kind of finance. We need patient, long-term, committed finance for these difficult problems that require that collective action. Outcomes-oriented budgeting and outcomes-oriented procurement is really important. We know that, again, when there's a really clear mission, it's not enough just to put a bit of money here and there and then hope for the best. Actually, around those different opportunities that I mentioned, that Tarman, I know, mentioned yesterday, what would it look like actually to create budgets that foster solutions towards those problems by really creating a holistic budgeting that it gets distributed across different actors to work together towards those problems. Procurement is often something like 25% of each of every government's total budget, even if it's a small government. So we know this is a lever, can create a real multiplier effect. And if we think of all the different things that governments do, whether it's the public school system, public transport system, public health system, all of those can be made more water friendly. And procurement, just like we needed that outcomes-oriented procurement to get to the moon, really embedding areas around water in public procurement systems. And I mentioned dynamic evaluation. If the focus is on really creating that collective intelligence, then how can we make sure along the way that the design of these policies are creating as much of that dynamic spillover, so we don't end up just with cost benefit and net present value metrics. So just to conclude, the key messages here are that for governments to develop and implement more ambitious economic policy, it's useful to go from market fixing to market shaping. Missions can help to target key water challenges and coordinate this directed policy approach. We can have proactive and directed finance and investment to tackle our water challenges. An investment in innovation-led approach requires also dynamic state capabilities. So something like outcomes-oriented procurement doesn't just happen out of thin air. We need more thinking about that. And we know we used it globally for COVID, but it's not really the normal way that we tend to do that. And the global common good approach builds on the global public good approach. It can help us really frame the new economics of water by really focusing on that complex and collective aspect of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Always compelling, and I've heard some of what you said, but one thing you said I haven't heard you say before, which really made me think, which is perhaps one of the issues in water is that we're not defining the problem well enough, and not defining the outcome that we want well enough. And when you don't do that, everything else gets skewed from what you're saying. So I'm taking from even your COVID example. If the outcome we wanted was equitable distribution of vaccines, as opposed to just producing vaccines, perhaps the result would have been different than what we found it to be today. So I think that outcomes-based thinking is not just a policy approach, it should also be a finance approach in my thinking right now. Thank you very, very much, both of you. I think we go straight into straight into the panel, I believe. Aude, yes. Thank you both. Will you stay?
I can stay for 20 more minutes.
You're going to stay? Okay. Aude, may I, there's another, can I spend 5? She has 5 more minutes. Would anyone in the audience like to ask Ngozi or Mariana a quick question before we go to the panel? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hi, Rachel McDonough from the International Water Management Institute. Thank you both for inspiring us so much. Everybody knows there is an externalities, a cost of most things that we consume. Why do you think that that cost is not properly reflected in trade and in the goods and services we consume?
Well, I think that, and it brings me to thinking about what you just said on the pandemic. It's not, we don't properly value, appreciate, and agree on the cost of what we consume. So different people have different perspectives on the cost. There are some people who feel the things, nothing should be costed. It should be free. And maybe they're right. From an equity point of view, they feel everybody should have access. So for those people putting a cost on this, there are even people for cultural reasons or religious reasons don't want a cost put on water. And that's the way they see it. So that's one point of view. And there are others who feel that, look, this is a scarce commodity. We need to cost it properly. Do those two sets of people now have a common view? The answer is no. So when you now look at this, you'll find that some of the traded goods that we have reflect different perspectives on what the cost of, let's say, water, whatever those goods should be. And that's why we arrive at where we are. It's also a little bit what I say in the pandemic. If we had all agreed on a common objective in the beginning, which is that everyone, the outcome should be that everyone would have vaccines. We did design a system, COVAX, that was from the start, designed to deliver those vaccines. I was part of that design. But whilst we were there thinking this is a noble objective and that's the outcome we should have, there were other people who for political or other reasons thought that their outcome is that their people should have access. And the other people didn't really matter, without knowing that alone they cannot solve that problem. So it's a little bit like that. So the issue for me is we all have multiple appreciations of what the cost and price. We have multiple, and we're all trying to use one instrument. That was one of the points. We need to expand and say, okay, with all this, how do we come together? Maybe multiple instruments to attack the problem that we have. So a complicated answer, but it's a complicated topic.
It is. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, Ngozi. Thank you, Mariana. Will you be able to stay for the rest of the session, or do you have to go as well?
I can
sorry,
for...
we have, sorry. Excellency, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Amadou Hod from the African Development Bank. Quick question, can we hope that one day, or what does it take actually to put the importance of water, access to water, security, almost at the same level as climate change? You know, to really bring the attention of everybody to this problem. Thank you.
Should I jump
Yeah.
in? Okay, great. I mean, given that the question is coming from the African Development Bank, maybe I can just give an example of well, first of all, I just agree with your point, but what I found so interesting was that it was only when, well, it's only when countries treat climate change as serious and as I was talking about an investment in innovation trajectory, that then the institutions on the ground, like the development banks, have to change. So in Germany, when the steel sector asked for a loan to the KfW, the local German bank, the loan was provided on the condition that the sector lower its material content of production because of the climate targets, because of the Energiewende program, which they did through repurpose, reuse, recycle technology across the whole supply chain of steel production. They today have the greenest, alongside Sweden, steel production in the world, not because they went to Davos to talk about purpose, but because they had to get €1 out of the public loan. So I think, putting the question back to you and other leaders of development banks, how can we make sure that the loans of public banks are conditional on all sectors treating water as seriously as we treat climate? And I think only when we can answer that will we go beyond, as I mentioned before, what Greta Thunberg calls the blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, Mariana. If there are no, how can I say no to our co-chair of the conference? Please, Sultan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ngozi and Mariana, for your presentation. And my question regarding water, having water as a common good. Yeah, there is a case in Australia, for example, they consider water as a commodity. What do you think about this approach? Thank you. They have a water market, and there was a news also 2 years ago, I think in US, in Texas, I think state, it was announced that they also are going to open the water market. What do you think about this? Thank you.
And Ngozi, you can answer that.
I probably shouldn't answer it from an economist point of view. Australia is seen as the country with one of the most efficient water markets in the world. But then you start, and so as you said, to some extent, you have equity, venture capital firms and equity funds, who are now investing in water and so on, which is quite unusual. So from some perspectives, maybe it works from some efficiency views. But I think the question I ask myself is from the equity of access views, how much does it work? Now they're applying a principle I said, if you want equity, you need to save water because you can't have access for all if you don't price it somehow. But then when you get there, how is that equity then translated? Do we approach it from a, sort of a safety net point of view where we are sure that really translates into people having adequate access? I have questions about that. And I think many people do. So that justice part and equity part, I think for me, is still to be solved from the Australia water market.
Can I maybe just add something quickly? I don't know if I'm on mute.
You're on, go ahead.
Okay, cool, sorry. Just because Ngozi mentioned venture capital, and it kind of brings back my point about it's not just the amount of finance, it's also the quality. We need to be careful. The structure of finance also affects what happens. So in the VC sector, we saw, for example, in areas around biotechnology, the exit-driven nature of venture capital, wanting to exit in 3 or 5 years through an IPO or a buyout, actually created sort of a mess in the sector. We ended up with lots of PLIPOs, productless IPOs. So that idea of, that we also need patient, long-term committed, mission-oriented finance is I think a deep point precisely to warn against that it's any sort of finance. And then we end up with impatient finance, which makes us all happy that it looks like there's a lot of stuff going on, but actually the quality of that finance is causing other sorts of problems.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to now close the questions on this part of the session. Thank you very much, Ngozi, again, and Mariana for your keynotes. And we will now move to the next session. And thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into our panel. We went a little over time on the previous, but I found it so interesting that since I'm the moderator, I decided to change the rules a bit, and Ord is going to be mad at me now for the rest of the day. But I'm absolutely delighted to introduce my very important, very knowledgeable, all-male panel. I'm glad I'm sitting here. So may I make some points as we go forward? This is a panel on financing water and trying to figure out, as Mariana said, what is the type of finance that a sector like water requires and why? From my perspective, and I'm a finance person, I think water is a AAA rated cash flow from any perspective. So my question to myself is, so why isn't money flowing, flooding, no pun intended, into the sector as it should? It's AAA rated. People need water. Companies need water. Countries need water. Mining sectors need water, etc. That's one point. And I'd like my panel to think about that. As second point, which I think Mariana made, was everybody talks about water being a very long-term investment, which it is, arguably. And therefore you need equally long-term finance. That's really, I think she called it patient finance. You do, but there's not heaps of it around. And water is a very capital intensive sector, especially with the current infrastructure models that exist, which are centralized infrastructure models. And my question is, how do we get that patient capital and from whom? And third and finally, and this I hope will be the theme of some of what you guys are going to say, which is, how does the current financial architecture either use what they have today to come up with a new model of financing water, or do we have to change the current financial architecture to something else? And what I have in mind when I say this is Mia Motley's Bridgetown Initiative, for example. Should things change pretty fundamentally to bring the scale finance into water? Sorry, I said final, but I have one final, which is I've always thought that global public goods, common spaces, etc., need a combination of instruments. Besides, of course, you need a financial instrument, but importantly, you need a policy instrument of some sort. I found that has been a very successful way of moving forward. Renewable energy comes to mind. When I, as a private sector person, I say, why did so much money come into renewable energy? In my mind, there's just one thing, which is the feed-in tariff, which is just a repurposed subsidy. I think Ngozi talked about that. But today, in our fragile and vulnerable world, I think there's a third instrument that's needed in our new blended finance 2.0 model. And that is what I'm loosely calling a social instrument. What is that? What kind of social instrument? Now, how do we ensure equity in water provision, in water quality, and in water access? That I believe that all financial architecture today and going forward needs at least a three-way instrument. So without further ado, may I introduce you to my very high-powered panel, some of whom you already know. First, to my right is Amadou Hod, who used to be a minister from Senegal, who's now with the AFDB as a special envoy. Lionel Goujon from AFD, that I've known for many, many years, especially when Luke is still head of AFD, is he, or no longer? No, I think he's moved on. Sudipto Sarkar, who's on the end, who's next there, who's from the World Bank. I've known him literally for decades, so I'm very glad to see you on my panel. And last but absolutely not least, Marco Barros from the EIB. And these are all finance / water / global common good experts who are going to speak. There's some ground rules, I believe, but I've lost them. No, here they are. If I may, before I go into it, if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone, please. If anybody wants to ask questions, raise your hand, or I understand there's a chat window for those people online, etc. I want to tell my panelists, my esteemed panelists, that I'm not necessarily a nice moderator. So I'm going to ask by asking you to make some opening remarks, all of you, as briefly as possible, and then we'll have a bit more of an interactive discussion, ending with questions from the audience. Okay?
Yeah.
Amadou, may I start with you, sir?
Thank you very much, Usha, for your introductions, and thank you everyone for being here. Water, we all know, extremely critical for life, for industries, for the world, and more needs to be done for equitable access to water and also for water security. I mentioned it earlier. For me, the sense of urgency need to be really there in the same way that climate change is urgent for everyone. So this is number one. If water is as important as climate change and is a global public good, I believe that the current financial architecture will have to be changed for more money to go into water and for more money to go into climate change and to generally global public goods. And I believe the MDBs have a big role to play, such as the African Development Bank, but also, and more importantly, their shareholders have a very important role to play. And also, very importantly, countries that have a big challenge in ensuring water security at home, let's say, have also a very big role to play. I'm sure we'll have a chance to dwell on that from policy perspective, from prioritization perspective, but also from attracting talent in the sector and in government to help actually those governments really make some good progress in this area. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was brief. Thank you, Amadou. Please go ahead, Marcos.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I can only agree with what Amadou has just said. And I would like to highlight that the EIB has relabeled itself the EU's climate bank some years ago. And I would like to illustrate this with 2 slides I've prepared. And for us, this commitment to climate is very important in the water sector, especially. So we came up with this commitment to 6 years ago already to have at least 25% of our lending in low carbon and climate resilient growth. And this was reinforced in our climate bank roadmap to have at least 50% of our lending by 2025 on climate and environmental sustainability. And this target is very important. How do we want to take this? How want to realize this? We have developed a scoring system on climate action and environmental sustainability. And for all our projects, be it inside EU and outside EU, we use it. And inside EU, we have this EU taxonomy. You might have heard about it, which is a very strict framework of what is actually environmentally sustainable. And we use this for all our projects, be them in Africa, in Asia, or Latin America. So this CES score is for us the yardstick of our project scoring. And we have in the water sector, we have seen the past 2 years, we have a very high score, luckily. So it was 86% in 2021, 94% in 2022. And we exceeded our target of 50% for the 2nd year in a row. So in socialist term, it was over-fulfilling the plan, so to speak. And last year, it was 58% of our total lending. And we have developed a whole framework of documents. On the next slide, please, which shows how the methodologies can be applied. It's all public. You will have this presentation. You can click on the link. So you see our roadmap, you see our framework, the adaptation plan. All this fits very well together. And we also help our clients through targeted advisory achieve these goals and make the projects better, more resilient, and adapted to the challenges of climate and environmental sustainability. That's what I wanted to say.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think you have overfulfilled whatever you said, your program. I think that's wonderful. I think more people should do that. Moving on, Sudipto, may I ask you to make your initial comments?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we all recognize the problems in the sector. We also know that the financing hasn't happened as we had planned. So in the World Bank, what we're doing is we are getting our experience and also the experience from IFC and MIGA from the private sector to put together some sort of a framework on how we can actually increase the financing in the sector. We're calling it the MFT paper, Maximizing Finance for Development, and have some slides on this later. If you have time, I can go through some of the highlights. But I think, as an introduction, what I would say is, first, we have to think beyond SDG 6.1 and 6.2. Water is a much larger story. And I think, a lot of the discussions are around the SDGs 6.1, 6.2, and that's fine, and that should continue. But we have to look at the larger water cycle along the lines that we heard yesterday about the hydrological cycle and how we can make this a global public good. Second point I like to make is, I think there is room for both the public sector and the private sector. It's not an either or story. The needs are tremendous. And I think the public sector has a role, one on the making the enabling conditions right, tariffs, regulations, institutions, those need to be in place. But the private sector also has a role. And we understand the limitations of the private sector. Some barriers have to be reduced for the private sector, but I think that can be done. And collectively, we would like to come up with a framework on how both sides can actually invest more, the public sector as well as the private sector. We also have to recognize that, the public sectors typically have a fiscal constraint. I mean, from the water sector, we'd like the governments to spend more, but, more money in water means something else has to give. And I think here we have to make a good case, a larger case, so that the ministries of finance, they understand the importance of spending more on water. Similarly, on the private sector side, we have to see their constraints and reduce their barriers so that they can actually play a role, not only to bring money, but to bring expertise and technology and know-how. Now, the third point I'd like to make is, yes, water, I think we're making a case, it's a GPG, global public good, and I think that's the way to go. But actions are taken at the country level. It's governments that decide what to do. So what we are proposing as part of our paper is that let's create a multi-stakeholder platform in countries. Governments will lead, but you have the public sector, private sector, and other stakeholders. And it has to be an inclusive panel. I think we heard the discussions about social justice, equity around water. I think that voice also needs to be in the panel. And collectively, you have a framework on what can be done in a country. Yes, we have some islands of success here and there, but can we take a comprehensive approach in a country to make a change? That's the kind of approach we like to take. And this is something different from what we've done in the past. And the last point I'd like to make is communication. I think all these nice ideas that we have around the room, we have to put it together in a clear form, in a strategic way, and so that it gets traction. And it has to kind of go global so that we can make a change. So these are the kind of the key points that I have in the paper. We'll be presenting this in March in UN. It's still in draft form, but I'll be happy to get some feedback from you when we have some time to go over the slides. Thanks.
Thanks, Adipto. Maybe we can go over the slides a little bit later, but I'd like to hear from Lionel, and then we'll.
Thank you, Usha. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I would try to answer the question, should we change the global finance infrastructure by reversing maybe the question and asking, can we bet on public development banks to reach the development goals, and at least 6.1 and 6.2, although I fully agree that we should not reduce it to those two targets. Would you have asked me the question a few years ago? I would have said no. Would have said no, thinking of ODA. We know the figures. The global ODA is about $200 billion per year. Out of that, maybe 7-8% go to water. So that's $15 billion per year. And the required investment, depending on what you consider, you may say it's between $100 billion and $300 billion, whether you consider maintenance and so on, and the level of access you want to reach. So you will need to multiply by 10, and there is no industry which can have a tenfold increase in an 8 years time frame. But maybe I would try today to have a different perspective, and instead of thinking of ODA and international finance institution, take a look at the public development banks as a whole. There are many of them. They are very diverse. There are international ones, there are regional ones, there are national ones, there are subnational public development banks. And actually, we didn't know them very well until 2020, like 2-3 years ago, when we started a movement, the Finance in Common movement, and with the Finance in Common Summit, in which we tried to list these banks. And now we listed 522 at today. And we know a little more how much they finance and what they finance. This bank, they represent in 2022, $2.7 trillion. So that's big. That's about 12% of the global investments. That's a mass. And let's consider these banks would maybe have 5% of their investment in the water sector, like we observe in IFIs, or maybe 10%. Why not? That doesn't seem to me like an unrealistic figure. Well, you would reach $300 billion per year, which is about what the sector would require. So why do we not manage to mobilize that money? That's a question we asked, and this is why we created what we call the Water Finance Coalition, which is an open group of public banks. About 40 of them are participating at the moment. World Bank is part of it, European Investment Bank as well. And also we insist a lot on the participation of the smaller, more local banks. And we led a study trying to understand their role and their activity in the water sector. And well, to sum it up, I would say there were two main conclusions. They do less water than the international finance institution, and they don't leverage the climate finance to act in the sector. They don't think financing water is actually financing the climate. Why not? Why are they not so active? And then we took a closer look at the national PDBs. And we found that many of them do not even have a mandate to intervene in the water sector by law, by their constituency. Many of them do not have the expertise. They do not have sectoral experts, which helps them acting in the sector. And also the poor financial performance of the players in the sector make it a risky sector. So they are not attracted by the sector. So how to address this situation? We thought maybe out of the 500 banks, should we try to have some of them not doing water, starting to do it? For the upcoming year, we chose a different pathway. We took a look at some of those who are already doing a little bit of water, but not so much. And we are trying to set in place like a coaching approach in which we will start with having a SWOT analysis of these banks. Why are the challenges of the sector in their countries? What is their history? What is their evolution? What are the obstacles for them to intervene more in the sector? Then taking a look at their strategy, their existing strategies, because you can think, well, we will change it all, but it takes time, and they are public actors, they are driven by national law, so changing everything is difficult, but we believe in many cases, their strategies, current strategies might enable them to be more present in the sector, but just they do not look at them in that way. And also we will explore possible partnerships with IFI, because as we saw, IFIs do more water, so maybe they can steer a larger activity and then try to develop a roadmap. So the idea is to do this work with about 3 banks, one from Africa, one from Latin America, and one from Asia. And hopefully that will give us ideas on how to do more. And very quickly on the second point, climate finance. From this consideration of these national banks not using the climate finance, we developed like a toolkit for public banks. And what is climate finance? How can you reach it? What are the activities that are eligible to climate finance? What are the methodologies for tracking climate finance? What are the common principles from the MDBs? How do the OECD Rio markers work for, et cetera, et cetera. And we try to apply it to a diversity of water a typology of water projects so as to help them trying to reach this additional source of financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lionel. Very interesting. I heard very similar concepts from all four of you and very different as well. Just a few takeaways from what you said. Amadou, you said, why isn't water as important as climate? And I'm going to ask you all to answer that question. So please do think about it. I have an answer in my head, but it's not there. Second, yes, there are different sources of finance that have not been tapped yet, Lionel. You're absolutely right, into the water space. The question becomes, so why haven't they been tapped? What do they see that's wrong? You said it's not a very profitable sector, but if they're a development bank, why do they care about profitability of sectors? I mean, there's a whole series of questions one can ask. And finally, if you unpack the water sector, actually repack it, like you heard yesterday, the hydro cycle and so on and so forth, and then unpack it, can you bring more financiers depending on which piece of the cycle you're looking at? Not everything has to be financed by the public sector with its limited funds. But before I ask you these questions, I'm going to put someone on the spot here. And that's Tarman sitting right opposite me. Tarman, you've heard the panelists talk about some of the issues related to financing. You have been finance minister of your country and you've thought deeply about this topic. May I hear some thoughts from you so that we can start the discussion? Thank you.
Thanks. That does fall very neatly within the category of putting a person on the spot. I would just offer a few reflections on what's been said. Am I speaking close enough to the mic, by the way? Yeah. Okay. First, there is in fact no lack of finance in capital markets, in financial markets at large. We know it's there. The question is how to mobilize it. And to take your last point, we might have to mobilize different streams of finance, which have different risk and return orientations for different parts of the water value chain. Some parts of what we talk about as investment in water is mature, not high risk by nature of technology or great uncertainty, but the risks have to do more with, are tariffs going to be adjusted regularly? Is there certainty in regulation? And so on and so forth. So the risk has to do actually with the public sector or with the political economy. There's some other parts of water investment that involve more intrinsic risk. The technologies are not fully proven. You're not quite sure how the cost curve will come down as you scale out, and so on and so forth. And that's more traditionally the business of the VCs, private equity, etc. But there's a place for both, as you were suggesting. So the question is, how do we use national public sectors, the IFIs, and the public development banks, who are all different forms of public capital, to apportion risk and reward appropriately to these different types of investment? And it seems to me it can be done. There's been very little, we really haven't applied our minds globally to this at all. Some countries have applied their minds to their own circumstances, but we have a huge problem globally. We haven't applied our minds to it. I take as a given that some parts of global finance, what we loosely call private equity, will want a very high return. And actually that's okay if they're actually financing something and taking on high risk. The role of the public sector will be to reduce the reducible parts of risk, but leave the risks which are really intrinsic to do with technology, new technologies and the like. And there may be no harm in having them in the game for some reasonable duration, but to then have refinancing either through securitization or the commercial banks coming in or someone else coming in. So we have to think in those terms about how different financial players can come in at different parts of the value chain of financing. But there's a lot of finance out there to be tapped. Second point I wanted to make is that there's in fact more finance than we think in the public sector, even with everything we know about debt stress, etc. And it was referred to earlier in Ngozi's presentation, for instance. She talked about inefficient subsidies or distorting subsidies, right? they're very large in water. Distorting subsidies are extremely large in water. So the failure to price water appropriately means a subsidy, and they're very large subsidies that are going into encouraging consumption rather than saving, and typically are regressive rather than progressive. So, but there's a large sum of money there annually that can be redirected. It's actually public finance. There's also a large sum of money that can be deployed if we reduce what's called non-revenue water, water that leaks out of delivery systems, which happens to be astonishingly large, about 30 to 40% in many countries. And in fact, in the most advanced countries, because of the age of their infrastructure, 80 to 100 years, it can even go up to 60%. Now that's a lot of money. If you have contracts, concessions, which put performance as, define performance as reducing leakage, if you incentivize it appropriately, and if you price water that's delivered appropriately, that's a lot of money that can be saved and redirected. So, and I'm not saying anything new to, to those of you who are familiar with this, and certainly the people at the World Bank, the IMF and others are working and should be working on it, but redirecting and reprioritizing public finance is a big source of revenue. So I think this is really soluble, pun intended. This is really soluble. We can actually mobilize the finance. Don't react, don't rule out components of private finance that demand a high return if they're in fact taking high risk. Utilize them, find ways of de-risking, but ensure that you've got patient finance delivered by many players over time. And once a project reaches a more mature stage, you get new forms of private finance coming in. So those are my immediate reflections to what's being said. I'm not disagreeing with anything that's been said, but I think we really have an opportunity here.
Thank you, Tarman, and sorry for putting you on the spot. What a great spot that was. Thank you very much. So let me ask my panel, and Marcos, I want to ask you, you are putting a lot of money into climate, of which is water, from what I understood you to say. But it's all your public money, right? How much effort are you making with your own instruments to bring in the trillions that Tarman absolutely correctly said is out there, which is private money, or what I call rent-seeking money? Are you trying to do that?
Yeah, the EIB gets its funds from the capital market. Yeah, we are not using EU subsidies. It's all borrowed on the market. And our difference to other IFIs is that per our statutes, we can only lend up to 50% of the project costs. So we cannot lend up to 100% like the African Development Bank or World Bank. It was created like this to encourage our cooperation with commercial banks and other sources of financing. Yeah. In development finance, it forces us to seek partners like from my neighbors here or others, or AFD and EBRD and so on. But it's also an obstacle for project development because we cannot go to a country and we can do it alone. Yeah, so we always need these partners. We have an equity arm, which is the European Investment Fund, which provides direct investment into companies and funds and so on, but water is not a big part of it. That's for sure. With regard to grants, we do not have our own instruments, but we use those from the EU. Yeah, we can mobilize EU grants, which we do. We can mobilize grants from member states, dedicated regions, and so on. Yeah. So the mobilization of private funds is in the water sector quite difficult, of course. Yeah, it's
why?
Yeah,
why, Marcos? That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, because we know that water is not a very profitable market. The margins are low, and it's a very difficult market because of the lack of regulation. Yeah, if you have a very nicely regulated market like in the UK, where you have a regulator which has been there for 30 years, which has consistently developed the market, which has developed the sector from the mere definition of service levels like 30 years ago, where the service levels were very low, to have today a high level of asset renewal, to have climate awareness, and so on, environmental considerations taken into account. So we do not see many markets like this, even inside Europe. There are many countries which do not have a regulation, which are highly fragmented. So it's difficult for us. And as Tharman said, there's enough money, but there are not enough good projects. And in countries where the sector is very fragmented, per definition, these smaller utilities, they do not have the means to address the bigger things like climate change, climate awareness, adaptation, yeah,
right,
or micropollutants, or other big topics,
right.
Yeah. And that's why we always try to push with our limited means we have, because we're not a political bank, of course,
No.
for
Thank
sector development. Yeah.
So I was not trying to put EIB on the spot. I'm just saying, it's not just you. It's, I think we need to, we're still in the business as usual tunnel when it comes to water, colleagues. And we need to get out of it. Amadou, how will we get out of it? What do you think the changes could be to propose to this group that we can discuss a little bit more?
Thank you very much. I think I would need to be very realistic here, because everybody talks about private investments. But if you look at how the investors work, our hands are a little bit tight. I'll explain why. If you want to attract a private investor that has equity to put into a project, typically the maximum money they put in is 20%, 25% of the cost of the project would be equity, right? Roughly. Right. And that 20-25% will try to attract an IRR, a return of, in Africa in general, between 13 and 17%. Some countries can go even to 20%. We still see that, which means that that return would need to be translated into the tariff, number one. Number two, the 75 to 80% of debt left, typically people want the private sector window of DFIs to finance it. So it's Proparco instead of AFD, it's IFC instead of World Bank, it's the private sector window of the African Development Bank to come in at an interest rate, depending on the country, of LIBOR plus maybe 400 to 500 basis points. And that cost also will translate into the tariff. Plus, you know, the utility, is it efficient, the way they manage all of that, it goes into the tariff. So if you look at the cost of financing to the tariff, at least for, let's say, the power sector, renewable energy, it's at least 60% roughly. Water, I haven't done the calculation, but I'm sure it's not very far off that. So if I am a government, two things. Either I go pure private sector, get the loans and all of that, the equity IRR, the tariff is relatively higher. I do the feed-in tariff, people pay more, and people don't want to pay more and cannot afford to pay more in many countries. Or, and then if I do that as a government, I have to provide the subsidy. So instead of saying, let me give the subsidy, let me invest as much as possible in the public infrastructure, and then ask the private sector to manage more efficiently for me. This is what we call affermage, which means then the equity that is invested is much, much less. Therefore, the tariff will be much less because the cost of financing is much less and maybe it's managed more efficiently. So for me, the route is to mobilize as much cheap money possible from the MDBs, but also from other instruments that can be utilized. You know, during COVID, $650 billion of SDRs was issued. Yes. Africa got about $33 billion. It's not a lot. We said, let's do rechanneling of SDRs through the IRST and TRGT, and the money is still not flowing. I mean, only few countries got money from the IRST so far. So we are saying, if you're rechanneling SDRs, let's find a way to get the money fast into water, let's say. Let's say you say, okay, let's put the money into water, let's put it into access of energy, because those two are fundamental for any country. And lastly, this is really maybe into reforms of the international financial architecture. Instead of issuing SDRs and say each country will have according to their quota, if you do that, no matter how many SDRs you issued, the G20 countries will get probably more than 80% of it. Africa will still get 5%. But can we say, let's issue SDRs and give to countries maybe that are more vulnerable to climate change, or countries that are doing more, that have more ambition for climate change and for water? Let's give them a bit more of the quota so that they can use those SDRs to invest in these vital sectors. And very lastly, why can't we issue new SDRs instead of distributing? Let's put it in a sort of guarantee fund that will guarantee the public debt that vulnerable countries will try to raise from the capital market. With that guarantee fund, maybe the cost will go from 7% interest rate a year to maybe 3% interest rate a year, and you use the proceeds to invest in water. Thank you.
Excellent. You finally got me to at least one of the points I wish to get to, which is simply that. How do you repurpose existing instruments to achieve different outcomes? And I go back to what I think Mariana said. Somehow maybe the outcomes we're setting ourselves, or the goals we're setting ourselves, are not the right ones. Now, Tarman mentioned one source which I really think we have completely misused or underused, which is subsidies.
Yeah.
The water sector, Tarman, you said, I don't even know the number, but globally, the subsidies are huge in water. Why don't we repurpose them, right? Yeah. Into, sorry to use this term, but it's the thing that's closest to my mind right now, into a feed-in tariff type thing. There are other examples you can use, but somehow subsidies are considered bad. Fact is, there's all this money trapped. It's cash trapped. There's all this money trapped that's not being productively used. Sudipto, you're from the World Bank. You guys have always said that we shouldn't do this. I'm putting you on the spot. What do you think of using subsidies as part of the financial architecture for water?
Yeah, I think to answer your question, obviously the architecture needs to change, but I think there are three elements here. First, let's start with the public sector. I think for PPPs to work, public-private partnerships to work, the public sector has to open the door. PPPs start with the public sector. And I think, this is where the issues of regulations, tariffs come in. Subsidy is a big element here also. But here, the issue is are the subsidies being used in a way that helps the poor? Can we target subsidies better? And I think there is work left on that.
That's the social instrument that I was talking about. Yeah,
I think that is needed. So clearly, I think the public sector, has a role. But I think, the private sector, obviously they have some risks, but I think all risks can be mitigated. And of course, there are costs associated with it. But here we have to think through all range of instruments as to what can apply. And I think, private sector can make a difference. To a quick reflection on Senior Minister Tharman's point, I used to live in Singapore for 5 years. We worked very closely with PUB. PUB is a public utility, but it contracted the private sector for the desal plants. And they are efficient. They are delivering against certain targets. This is to answer your question, do we have indicators on monitoring goals set? And that's a kind of a glorious example on what can happen. It's the public sector that's controlling the private sector, but at the end of the day, the citizens are getting good service. Can we think of such models worldwide? But the third point I'd like to make is, this is on the financial architecture. I think, one tension that we see across the board is the whole kind of social story. On one hand, yes, the private sector can bring efficiency. It can bring economics and investments. But on the other side, people would say the private sector is taking profits. It's not being right for the poor. So I think, the willingness to bring the private sector everywhere is not there. And I think that's something that we have to, again, collectively think of how to address the problem.
Thank you, Sudipto. And again, thank you for that last comment. Why? Because I really do believe this is, again, our business as usual tunnel. Not just you, all of us are in it. It goes back to what we were saying. If you unpack the water value chain, okay, it sounds better actually than the water cycle, because that has always confused the heck out of me. But if you unpack the water value chain, some bits of it should never be financed with private sector rent-seeking money. Actually, let me not say private, with rent-seeking money. Other bits of the value chain can be, not just the technologies, but there are other, in the United States, for example, right? Stormwater is something that the government is trying to see how they can bring the private sector into, because they are willing to offer a business model or a revenue model to private sector financiers and players in stormwater management, as it were, building the drains and ditches and so on and so forth. But when it comes to household consumption, really, do we want the private sector in there? Probably not. Because exactly what you said is going to happen. You know, the cost of this and the cost of that has to be in the tariff. When you say that, for example, Amadou, you're talking about people and people's tariffs at drinking water, not the company, what they pay or mining companies pay or anything like that. So I think that's what also I mean about changing the architecture a little bit. Lionel, you're talking, you mentioned another source, the sort of domestic regional money that exists in public development banks that's not going to water now. And you said that, if I got you correctly, you know, they're sort of worried about putting money into the space because, you know, it's not profitable, or, you know, tell me why, you know, how do we bring that source more to the water sector in a sensible way?
Well, yes, you said, well, there are development banks, they should not care about the financial attractivity. That's what you said. Well, development bank is a bank. So that's how it works, actually. So development bank, not all of them, not all the same way, but they price the risk. So if you're a risky business, the rate will be higher, and you will have a lower amount of money. So, I mean, that's key, in my view, for the water sector to improve performance, to attract more money from development banks, including when the utility itself is not the client. I mean, because in most countries, actually, we do not, AFD, we do have this ability to make direct loans to utilities or to cities without the guarantee, sovereign guarantees. But even though, even when it's not the case, even when we go through the state, we do look at the performance of the sector to see what we can support. So I think it's important. But also I would like to mention that we can speak about subsidy, about loans and equity and so on, but you do not sustainably finance the sector with loans, actually. You finance the sector with the 3 T's, thank you, OECD. So you have taxes, you have tariffs. Let's get back to that all the time. Tariffs, transfers, and taxes. And transfers, we mentioned that they are pretty low. So look at taxes and look at tariff. Using taxes, there's no shame about that. Let's not forget that most developed countries rely strongly on taxes to finance the bulk of their systems. So why would the developing countries not do the same? And tariff, of course, is key. But I mean, tariff has to be put also in perspective with the cost. I mean, it's not only tariff to me, it's really the efficiency. That's why I'm talking about performance. You should raise the tariff in many cases, but also you should lower your cost. So we spoke about performance, about 50% loss of water and so on.
Absolutely right. And that was the perfect answer. Now, so from what you've all said, and I'm going to throw it open to all of you in a second. Sudipto, you said that part of your, what did you call it, framework, maximizing finance for development involves at the country level, bringing various stakeholders together, because it's never been done before. Well, you're running something right now where it's being done, right? It's called the Water Resources Group. And you have those strategic water partnerships at the country level that does exactly that. They bring the public and private and civil society sectors to find solutions to their specific water issues, including financing solutions. And I just wanted to mention that because when it comes to financing water, you all talked about performance and risk of the sector or in the sector, right? And I want to throw this open. It's considered a poorly performing sector, too risky a sector. If I put my money in, I will never get it back sector. Okay. So there's a risk aspect which requires, from a financial point of view, some sort of risk mitigation. There's also an incentivizing aspect, because you said nobody wants to put money into water anyway. So what will incentivize money to come into the sector? So I'm trying to unpack this financing cycle to say, how much of it should be risk mitigation? Should the MDBs, looking at all of you here actually, be used simply to provide a guarantee, to bring in other money? Every dollar you put in as a guarantee, first loss, second loss, 10th loss, whatever you want, should you be, that's the Bridgetown Initiative, by the way, or one of them, right? And that will also mitigate risk. Two, are there other ways of bringing other monies into the sector, right? So the feed-in tariff was one for renewable energy. In my country, when the transportation minister wanted to build out the highway network, he did a very simple thing. He put a cess of 1 cent per dollar of petroleum sold, ring-fenced it legally, so no other ministry could get that money, and used that to offer the private sector 18% guaranteed annuity contracts. Money flooded in, roads got built, private sector got used to the risk profile that you were talking about, and he withdrew that. And he said, now you guys know what to do, now carry. And they continued building the roads. And so I'm saying there are innovations in policy instruments, in financial instruments, and dare I say, social instruments that we should consider as the water community, which is not, unfortunately, happening today. You're dying to say something, Amadou, go ahead.
Just sure, I think Senior Minister Tharman actually made a very good point on subsidy, to securitize the subsidies. And actually, that's very fundamental. If a government knows for the next 10 years or 12 years, you'll provide a $300 million subsidy a year, can we securitize that funding today and raise maybe $2-3 billion, put it into the sector and reduce drastically the cost?
There you go.
You know, so I think that's a very good point. And the MDBs can come behind to guarantee the commitment of the government and give what we call a partial risk guarantee, because the government will say every year, I'll put $200 million that I was supposed to put into subsidy. We raise the money, you invest, cost goes down, subsidies goes out. So this is number one. Number two, you mentioned it, Minister Tharman, Senior Minister mentioned it, unpacking the value chain. We all know production of water, you can put private sector. You do a desal plant, 20% equity, 80% debt, you raise the money, you finance the plant, you sell the water at a nice tariff to the utility. So number one, so that you can do. But the pipelines, there is no way you can put private sector money onto the pipeline where the water will go through. So what we learned in the IPPs for the electricity sector, the PPA contracts, you can do the same, an independent water production contract like IPPs. And most countries, they know very much now the IPPs. You can exactly, I think, almost exactly apply the same thing so that all the production is done by private sector, transmission or pipeline is done by the public sector, and distribution, you can do an affairage like we do in Senegal or other countries where the private sector manage it in a very efficient way. And lastly, on the financial architecture, Usha, we're still having a problem with those debt ceilings, budget deficits, and all of that, because many countries have the constraint of the budget deficit, let's say of 3%. You cannot go beyond that. Your debt ceiling, let's say, is debt to GDP 70%. You cannot go beyond that. Even if no one has water in your country, you cannot change it. Even if you have a security issues where 3% of your GDP is going into defense, or 25% of your annual budget is going into defense, you're still locked under that 3% budget deficit. Probably something can be reformed there.
You are right. I'm going to turn it out. Please get your questions or observations or violent objections to the conversation ready. You just mentioned something, you know, I don't see why we don't do debt for water swaps. If countries have huge debt overhangs, you were talking about 70%, the world I live in, they're at 120. Many of the countries, right? UNDP, I mean, with the countries. So could we have debt for water swaps? Could we have something else? I'm not a very inventive person, but I mean, this is just what's in my head. Colleagues, Mafele, hi, how are you? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for this stimulating conversation. But I just want to respond to the discussion around water value chains. Taman, you started and you referred to it. Where do they start and where do they end? Because we have in this room two people who come from indigenous people's land, where the water sources start there, and they've been providing for centuries free water services, not just to their countries, but to all countries that benefit from the mighty rivers and the not so mighty rivers. So all this discussion about financing, does it include the services of indigenous people without whom, as Christine reminded us yesterday, water doesn't come from a tap, it comes from springs, etc. I come from a country which is doing one of the most stupid things you can ever imagine. SA Breweries gets free water, I have to pay for my water. And think about the millions of water that SA Breweries, and where does the water come from? From Table Mountain Springs. And the original owners of those springs have been thrown onto the Cape Flats. So I just want this equity question and the social instrument to include that. And yes, I think that's where I'll stop. The stewards of water, who pays for those services and how should they be financed?
Excellent question. And as you said, for me, it's part of the social instrument, but I'm going to take a few questions or observations and then yeah, I see your hands up. Give me 1 second. There's an online question. Please note them because, by the way, I'm not answering these questions. You guys are going to. Have there been any examples of countries or states that have raised water to the same urgency as climate change, resulting in facilitated financing for water? I mean, it's what you asked, Amadou. Sir, 1 sec. Yes.
Yes, so still Pierre from Actern. In a new context, we had the discussions about why does energy transition succeed and what we are a bit behind with water transitions. And then a bit later, there was a question, is climate change, the way we addressed it, really a success? And here we are discussing that it's a success, but let's remember that it started quite a few decades ago, 1972, where climate change was put on the table at the international agenda. We are today in 2023. If you look at, there is progress that was shown with IB allocation of funding to climate change. It's a few years later, let's say, from the agency. And then I'm not sure with climate change, we can say we have solved the social issues, we have solved the externalities, because maybe we have shifted the externalities to somewhere else. Still, I have the questions, why today we feel it's a success? Maybe it's a success because we feel we have been able to attract private sectors, because in energy, you replace a bad energy with a good energy, and behind this good energy, there is business, there is profitability. If you look at the numbers for renewables, if you look at the numbers for electric cars, let's say there is profitability behind. So we have an alternative to offer to the private sector to take it to the transition issues. Still, we know also that on the adaptation side, we are not yet fully there, because the adaptation, we go back nearly to the same public good issues that we have with water. So what do we learn?
Thank you.
What can we offer as an alternative in water to the private sector? Because water, we cannot replace it.
Thank you, sir. So I hope we've all noted that question, but because, you know, just to agree with you, given that we're going into COP28, I'm not sure that we can say climate has been a complete success. Okay, so I agree with you. Okay, yes, sir, yourself, and then the lady there, and then Naoko, and then
Thank you.
Kate.
Thank you. Good evening, Imperiale from IC Delft and University of Groningen, postdoc researcher on water governance and disaster risk and climate risk resilience. I was particularly interested by Sudipto speech about a likely platform to be developed. So I'd like him to elaborate more on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. It's just one comment I wanted to add in the discussion. So I'm Diane. I work at the Water Convention Secretariat, which is hosted by UNEC, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And as you might know, the Water Convention, through its intergovernmental framework and intergovernmental platform, aims to ensure sustainable use of transboundary water cooperation, transboundary water resource by facilitating cooperation. And I just wanted to draw your attention on the fact that, as you probably know, a lot of waters in this world is shared. Indeed, actually, 60% of the world's freshwater flows is basically the current number, and 153 countries are sharing waters around the world. And we know, and it was mentioned briefly actually by UNCDF this morning, that transboundary water cooperation is contributing to peace, to climate action, to disaster risk reduction, but also economic development. And as you know, because earlier on, some of the panelists were talking about the fact that we should mobilize money not only for 6.1 and 6.2, but also for all SDG 6 related indicator. And as you know, transboundary water cooperation is captured under SDG indicator 6.5.2. And when we look at the latest reporting exercise under this indicator, we see that among the 129 countries who reported, few of them reported having like transboundary water covers by operational arrangement. And actually 76 countries reported that resource constraint is one of the main challenges that they faced. And I wanted to tell you today that from a finance perspective, we see that effective transboundary water cooperation is also crucial to ensuring stability of investment in share basin. And I don't know if you saw, but in the recently launched World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, it was highlighted that cross-border cooperation is important, and especially cooperation over water resources through relevant bilateral and multilateral mechanisms, such as the Water Convention. And I think only together we can address this challenge of channeling more financing to fund and transboundary water cooperation. And I wanted to inform you today that UNEC, as the Water Convention Secretariat, has joined forces since several years ago under the leadership actually of Switzerland and the Netherlands, and together with a lot of partners such as AFDB, ADB, JEF, OECD, UNCDF, the World Bank, to identify and inform about what are the financial and funding sources that are available for countries and river basin organizations to support transboundary water cooperation. And I think on the way to the UN Water Conference, it's important to make sure that these needs, funding needs and commitments will be voiced there. And most importantly, we need to make sure that these issues are also considered in investment decision. And two final points I wanted to add here today.
I'm going to have to
finish. I just want to mention that we really appreciate the work that CDP is doing by trying to include, basin dynamics into disclosure criteria. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your very illuminating comment. I'm now forgotten who wants to make. So you have to Naoko and then Kate, I do remember, and Martin. And
thank you. Two quick points. I think that in the morning session that we discussed that the financing mechanism, like a blended finance, as a good way to capture the multiple value and multiple nature, the cross-cutting, nature, as well as this and the value of the community to the industrial sector. So and we even discuss a little bit like that we see some example which is working. It's kind of along the river basin. So my question for this MDB panel is that to what extent MDBs are ready to take a very strong kind of support to carry on that kind of initiative, because we need somebody who really bring those different nature together and also provide this risk and de-risking mechanism, but also to kind of coordinate a kind of consultation, but along with that and associated government. So that my question for you is this kind of blended finance mechanism. It's more like a JET-P for water. This is just energy transition partnership for water. Is this possible? Are you ready to do it? So that's my first question. Second, yesterday we talked a lot about green water, which is more like a global common good, because it's now operate not only local, national, regional, but also the global level. We don't really hear much about what does it mean to MDBs. Are you ready to take care of that the global common good part when you think about that and how to finance the water sector? So far, it's all about national. So I just want to push you to think about that and the possibility to go for global common good part. Thank you.
Thank you. Pushing is always good, Naoko. Kate.
Thank you. And I'm going to add my weight to the pushers in the room. My name is Kate Lamb. I'm the Global Director of Water Security at CDP. Usha, I applaud your line of questioning and grilling our panelists on why. We have been at this conversation for such a long time, and we're not hearing the transformational solutions coming from some of the most powerful institutions on the planet. We want to make March 23 a watershed moment, and you hold the key to enabling that to happen, but we need transformational thinking and new solutions emerging from you. If I was in charge today, I probably wouldn't let you out the room until we got a commitment from you that you will come in March with a transformational solution that collectively you will announce. Is that something you would be willing to consider? And of course, I don't hold the keys to the room, so you will be able to leave after this, but you know, what is it that you can imagine coming to the UN event with in March that is going to untap this potential and allow the conversation to move beyond where we are today and where we have been for the last 15 years? Thank you, Usha, and thank you.
We already have an answer from Amadou, but you're not going to say it right now. Okay, I'm going to take 2 more questions, Martin, and 1 more. Madam.
No, I want to up the ante yet another bit. 6 weeks to go to the conference, and I'm a geologist by training. So under temperature and pressure, even solid things become fluid, I know. So here it is. Are we not guilty of what Mariana warned for, tinkering at the margins? We say the financial architecture needs to change. But is it not in fact the economic institutions that need to change? We are breaching global planetary boundaries. So our economic institutions that are based on externalizing a lot of costs have reached their expiry date. And CERES, an NGO in the US, with them we've worked for several years with a task force of big financial institutions. And they have looked at, so what are these externalities in different sectors? They've looked at 2 sectors, apparel and meat. Apparel is about a $2 trillion sector. It has a 7% sort of profit margin. So that is $140 billion a year. 73% of profit would disappear if they would internalize their water-related costs that they now externalize. So that is in one sector that represents 2% of the world economy, 100 billion a year. So if Lionel says, you know, what we need is 100 to 200 billion a year, I mean, just internalize everything in the apparel sector, and you've already got the bottom of that, 100 billion. That is just 2%, so multiply that by 50, and you have about 5 trillion. So are we really, should we bother about the financial architecture, or should we think about the economic institutions?
Both, Martin. Madam.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for the very interesting panel. I want to come back to a couple of points that were mentioned. So we are talking about, we need to change the financial architecture, and I agree, we need to change both, also the financial institutions. And I think one problem that we are facing is that the current financial ecosystem is actually not reflecting the reality of the global challenge that we're trying to solve, be it climate change, be it water crisis. Why is that? Because when we look in to those challenges, they don't know any boundaries, no sectoral boundaries, no national boundaries. But the way the financial ecosystem is working is still based on the Bretton Woods system. Everything goes through the country level. So also thank you to UNECE for highlighting the transboundary aspect. So what can we do to change this so that capital, we've heard capital is there, but we need to change the way how capital flows. It cannot be restricted to the national level. We need to find ways to make it flow to the local level, to the regional levels in an efficient way, because I think that's the only way we can respond to our global challenges. I would like to hear the comments from the panel on this remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So no more questions. I'm going to go just down the line and please, as final thoughts, and the ones that, one is the indigenous people and their voice and how do we put that into the architecture? The second was, are MDBs ready to do the blended finance the way they should be done, including this green water piece? Do you like it? Do you believe in it? Can it be financed? What are you going to do about it? Is it the institutions or the architecture? And honestly, anything else you'd like to talk about? Amadou, starting with you.
Just quickly on the indigenous piece, I think you cannot take water from an area, transport it 200, 300 kilometers while people who are close to the area don't have water. It's like on electricity, lines, crossing neighborhoods without access. That's not fair. So you can put it in the model. It has a little cost, but government can kind of provide for that one. On the international financial architecture, I think that it's very important whenever a country is making an investment that benefits the country, but that benefits the rest of the world, that project, that investment should access very concessional finance or even grant financing, because the impact is for everybody. So it should be a principle. We should apply it to water. We should apply it as well to climate change. And even if that country is not a low or a poor country, even if it is South Africa or even Namibia or Botswana that have a higher GDP per capita. So that is the second thing. And three, I think from now on, trying to have the equivalent of JETPs for water, I think it makes sense. Maybe there's no transition to it. You'll just call it GWP. And I think there we need our shareholders again. The banks need their shareholders to provide the grant financing that will help do the blended finance. As bank, we may want to do blended finance, but we are limited. We're limited. The concentration of money we have cannot go to private sector. You have to lend it to a government that is willing to put it with private sector money. But the donor funding, the EU funding and co can go straight into private sector projects as grant, and you use it as first loss or second loss or what have you to de-risk. Thank you.
Thanks, Amadou. Marcos.
Just a few remarks on some of the questions and points mentioned by the audience. So do not overestimate the role of development banks. Yeah, in Europe, for example, the EIB finances less than 1% of the investments in the water sector. So it's a tiny piece. We do not have a prescriptive role. Yeah, we can select our projects based on our climate and social criteria, taxonomy, and so on. But yeah, there are many other financiers who do not have such criteria. There are many public banks, private banks who do not have such criteria. So we have cases where we reject financing of a project, and then we hear the National Development Bank of the country, even inside EU, they are ready to do it. So we can play an important role because we are very visible as development banks, as international institutions, but we do not have so much power. So please do not overestimate this. And yeah, with regard to what you mentioned on the textile industry and the externalization of costs, we see this in many industries. Textile industry is not alone. We also have the agriculture, which is one of the largest polluters in the world, and the Water Framework Directive in EU enshrines the polluter pays principle. But there's no politician in Europe which is ready to implement it. Yeah, so we still have huge costs which are externalized, and yeah, the water industry and the water consumers have to pay ultimately. There's this attempt now, at least in some countries, to make the pharma industry pay for the micropollutants through the same polluter pays principles, but it's highly contentious. Yeah. Then also a word on this blended finance. I still believe that PPPs have an important role to play. And we have examples from Senegal, for example. We have examples in many European countries where this works very well. But it needs a clear legal framework. It needs a clear risk sharing to be successful. And in France, for example, this works quite well, in other countries as well. And we see the benefits when we appraise a project and we deem it good for our investment, then this brings in private capital, because many commercial banks do not have the capacity to appraise projects as we do. And so when we say, well, this is a good project, that makes it attractive for the private sector. Then also a word on transboundary operations. They're very difficult, especially outside EU. We like to see cooperations inside EU, for example, between the French and Belgian border. There are wastewater treatment plants which deal with the water from the other country. There are even French wastewater treatment plants in Belgium, Belgian wastewater treatment plants in France, and so on and so forth. This is exemplary transboundary cooperation. But it doesn't work everywhere because it requires really a lot of political will. It requires to change some laws and regulations and so on, tax issues and whatever, yeah. And even inside EU, we see this very rarely. So we have very few transboundary projects, yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sudipto. And then Lionel.
Yes, I'll try and answer the question that came from the back and also try and kind of cover some of the points that were made recently. First, on this, like, how are you structuring this MSP? I think to be successful, end of the day in a country, you have to think of the various stakeholders. And through the MSP, we are trying to get everybody in, because end of the day, all the reforms that we are kind of pushing or the governments will take, it would have to have like a broad support. So there would be the public sector that would lead, but it's not just the ministries of water, but you have to have the ministries of economy or finance in the table, because, you know, some hard choices on how public money would be spent, I think, would have to be made. So they have to be in the table. Then you have the private sector, and private sector, you have two types, the commercial banks or the financiers, and you also have the ones that are actually providing the private services. I think both need to be on the table because one brings expertise, the other brings money. They have to put their perspectives on the table. And the third element I would say is this kind of goes back to the whole citizen voice. I think we have to know what the citizens are thinking. I think, and their views have to be reflected in whatever comes up in a country. And I think, you know, if you miss that, the reforms that are being planned in the country would fail. We have to kind of go with what the citizens are willing to kind of go with. I mean, on one hand, you know, you look at the willingness to pay. Maybe citizens would pay more if they have better services, but you also have this issue of, like, you know, willingness to charge. I think all this needs to be balanced out, and we are hoping to kind of do this through these MSP, the multi-stakeholder platforms. And the fourth group of people, I think, who should be there are the MDBs. I think, you know, some of us are on the table. We all collectively work in a country. First of all, I think the needs in the sector are much, much large than what collectively we can bring to a country. So, but I think, you know, there has to be some sort of understanding on who does what in a particular country. And that would be, I an element we like to bring in the MSPs. One other point I'd like to make is, countries are in different stages. The depth of the capital markets are different in countries. The fiscal conditions are different also in various countries. How many projects are prepared, the willingness of citizens to pay more varies. So what we're planning to do is not start with the world, but start with a few countries where we can make these MSPs successful, but take a comprehensive approach, not just looking at the water supply or sanitation, look at all aspects of water, irrigation, power, etc. And I think that's the only way you can bring about a big change in a country. One other point on climate, we recognize this has to be there as part of the overall discussion. Today, only about 4% of the climate money goes to the water sector. That needs to change. And I think it's really up to us to make a better case how adaptation is so critical, how things like floods or droughts can only be avoided through good planning, through good instruments also on bringing in the right level of financing, the right type of financing. So yes, climate also should be part of the discussion, but it has to be done in a kind of a broad consensus manner.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Sudipto. Lionel, because you're the last speaker, you have only 5 seconds. No,
I'll be quick, but maybe 10 seconds. No, maybe just two quick comments regarding the questions on global versus local benefits of water. What will change for us? That was your question, having water as a global common goods instead of a local. Well, at the moment, nothing, because I'm just discovering the concept and trying to think about it. But still, first thing I would say, not seeing water as a global common good doesn't prevent you to approach it as a common good. And that's interesting enough. And I could mention Amadou being here, like a project we're starting in Senegal on the aquifer, where we will develop what we call aquifer contracts, contrat de nappe, and which is directly inspired by the Elinor Ostrom works on the common good. So I think water actually is a common good, and maybe there's something to dig into as regards adaptation, and maybe to comment on what you were saying, Amadou. Let's have subsidies for projects with global benefits. The problem is, if you think in terms of climate, if I save one ton of CO2, I have a global benefit, so I can seek subsidies. But if I do adaptation projects, most adaptation projects, they are more local. I'm not saying there are no transboundary basins, but adaptation projects, they are more local. So, and unfortunately, water is mostly adaptation. I'm not saying there's nothing to do about attenuation, but mitigation, but it's mostly adaptation. So I think we should look at it a different way. And maybe this global common good is a way of having a softer finance, looking at it through adaptation. I don't know, that might be an option.
thank you very much. And just a few closing comments, and then we all get to, I don't know where we have to get to. I have to go upstairs. I would ask you to consider the following, and I look at my wonderful panel, brilliant comments, but all of you, please consider what kind of finance is needed if you look at water as a value chain. Tarman's point, consider that. How would it look? Does it look different? Please consider what the various sources of potential finance for water are. It's not simply MDBs, local development banks, and private sector. It's subsidies. It could be taxes. It could be other. How does one look at the universe of sources of finance for water, given the specificities of the sector? 3, I would also ask you to think about, when we say all the numbers you guys have been talking about are all numbers related to the current infrastructure model in water, which is a very centralized one. So you talk about pipes and you talk about this. Consider a different infrastructure model, decentralized. There are those there. I mean, so how do you as MDBs and how do we as governments get behind that model, which brings the cost down astronomically? And 4, to Mamfele's point, please let's consider very, very seriously how we bring a social aspect into any financial architecture in water, because without that, we will not be able to go forward. We will fall into the rabbit holes we've fallen into so far about, I'm not going to pay for water because it's my fundamental human right. Of course, it's your fundamental human right. everybody has to have 100% access to it, but how do we bring that into a policy structure, a financial structure, et cetera, and institutional structure, to Martin's point. On that note, I have huge hope because of the panelists I have here, Kate, they will come up with a new proposal on March 23rd. Thank you all. Thank you for listening.